to demonstrate scientific progress in Rwanda, mainly for scientists to engage into discussions, share ideas, network, and ignite motivation for development. Secondly, we'll have an opportunity to see output of some of the research programs and innovations in Rwanda, but also assess where we are in terms of funding our National Research Innovation Fund instrument. This funding program is currently funding over 130 projects for a commitment of over 5.5 billion Rwandan francs, most of which has already been disbursed to a number of people running these grants. But it is also going to be an opportunity for us to broaden our collaborations with other scientists, network, both in Rwanda but also in Africa. Particularly, this symposium is important because it provides us an opportunity to share scientific output and progress and ignite motivation. Also an opportunity to deliberate on the roles of the stakeholders in improving our collaborations and funding R&D. It is an opportunity to examine where we are, to appreciate existing research output, so that we encourage competition towards funding and awarding the best scientists and innovators. It is an opportunity for us to shape sustainable solutions and strategies for improved collaborations for us as scientists, leaders in Rwanda, in Africa, and guide our future plans and strategies to advance science, technology towards Rwanda's development. It is our commitment to always support and challenge our scientists and innovators so that they compete among themselves, broaden programs, scale, and ensure that these programs build excellency. Today, we are awarding the best scientists and innovators this evening, as well as the best science, technology, innovation communicator. It is therefore our opportunity to showcase what we have done, but always look ahead to ensure that we scale and build excellence towards Rwanda's development. On behalf of the National Council for Science and Technology Secretariat, we are very, very grateful for the government of Rwanda for supporting research and innovation. Let me also express our gratitude to National Council for Science and Technology Council members for continuing to support us. They play a critical role in advising the Secretariat with high level of professionalism and leadership. We are also grateful to the scientists, innovators, and researchers for their commitment to develop Rwanda through development of science and technology. I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to engaging you in a future forum. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Executive Secretary, for setting the tone for the day and encouraging all researchers in the room to network today, collaborate, and also compete with themselves and also on the global stage and strive for excellence. Next, I would like to call upon the Honorable Minister of Education for his opening remark, Honorable Gaspar Twagilayezu. The Honorable Minister is also a co-chair for the National Council for Science and Technology. We expect him in his next remarks to also tell us a little bit, setting the tone of today, and also to highlight the government of Rwanda commitment to developing the policies and develop the policies and implementation strategy to support the national ambition to leverage the potential of science, technology, and innovation in the country. Please welcome the Honorable Minister.
Dear NCST Council members, leaders of various government institutions, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2023 NCST Symposium prior to the 8th NCST Council meeting. I would want to take this opportunity to welcome all our council members who are traveling from abroad. Welcome back again to Rwanda, and we are grateful for your support. I would like to thank you all for your dedication to support Rwanda's vision to become a knowledge-based economy through promoting research and development and innovation as key drivers of science, technology, and industrial development. The Africa we want puts emphasis on catalyzing education, skills revolution, and actively promoting science, technology, and research to build the knowledge, human capabilities, and skills to drive innovation. New knowledge and insights can be found in research. It expands the understanding of existing phenomena and identifies gaps in current knowledge, thus paving the way for innovation. Research and innovation must be a key integral part of teaching and learning across all levels of education, and more efforts should be deployed in knowledge creation through research and innovation. This symposium is an exciting time to discuss key achievements and progress in science, as well as forge together future plans to advance science, technology, and innovation towards national development. Further, I would like to note that the theme of the symposium is insights into research outputs for national socio-economic development, and this suits very well Rwanda's mission. The government of Rwanda continues to develop policies and implementation strategies to achieve national ambitions to leverage the potential of science, technology, and innovation. I am happy to note that during the symposium, national scientists will showcase output of their work. And I want to invite everyone to interact with their scientists and see what they have been doing. Also, the event will be an opportunity to stimulate competition, since there will be awards presented to the best abstracts for the scientific contribution. As it has been said, the awards shall include the Most Accomplished Researcher Award, the Most Innovative Research Award, Women Research Award, Promising Young Researcher, and the Best STI Communicator. I believe that this symposium will be an opportunity for everyone to interact with our speakers and forge and strengthen partnerships to improve research and innovation in Rwanda. I am confident that the outcomes of the 8th Council meeting and sideline events will contribute to shaping sustainable solutions and strategies for Rwanda to become a regional hub for R&D and innovation. As I conclude, I'm sure we will have a good time and have opportunities to network and share experiences and new opportunities for future collaboration. I thank you and wish you a successful meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the great remarks. Next, we are going to have, apologies. Next, we are going to have a panel discussion with experts, each one of them being experts in their fields. I do believe they're amazing people. So the panel discussion we're going to have is on the theme, exploring the world of emerging technologies in space sciences, agriculture, and environment. In this panel discussion, we are going to hear from 4 different esteemed members of the audience. And they are going to delve into their background, their work experiences, and the country aspiration and the global trend as well, and give us insight into how AI is being used and or can be also used in order to advance technologies into these topics. So as I call your name, esteemed panelists, please do make your way to the stage. So the first panelist that we will have is Colonel Francis Gabo. Colonel Francis Gabo is the CEO of the Rwanda Space Agency. He is also an electronics and communication engineer with close to 20 years of experience in telecommunication. Colonel Francis has a spectrum manager in regulatory authority, and he has headed various information and communication systems departments in multiple government institutions. Please welcome Colonel Gabo. Next, we have Mr. Alain Daishimiye. Mr. Alain Daishimiye is the lead artificial intelligence and machine learning at the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution in Rwanda. Mr. Alain is a software engineer with experience in artificial intelligence and machine learning, in data analysis, data visualization, internet applications, cybersecurity, and distributed system. Welcome, Mr. Alain. Please give him a round of applause. We also have Dr. Uwamohoro Florence. Florence is the Deputy Director General of the Rwanda Agricultural and Animal Resources Board. She holds a PhD in biology with specialization in plant pathology from the Department of Forest Mycology and Plant Pathology at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. Welcome, Dr. Uwamohoro Florence. Next, but not least, we have Mr. Lukundo Jean-Pierre. Mr. Lukundo Jean-Pierre is the CEO and the founder of Beno Holding Limited Company. Welcome, Mr. Lukundo Jean-Pierre. Please welcome Mr. Lukundo. So we will start with a keynote speech from Colonel Gabo, and this will be followed by a discussion from all the panelists discussing various topics that we will have. Colonel Gabo, the floor is yours.
Honorable Minister, the Executive Secretary of the National Council of Science Technology, heads of agencies here present, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is more a presentation than a speech, so I should go down there. Yes, okay. Thank you. I'm going to have a short presentation on the topic of building capacity in space science application for socio-economic development. All right. So very quickly, I'll take you through. All right. Thank you. Very quickly, I'm going to take you through what is Rwanda Space Agency. We were established in 2020, that's 3 years ago, with a mission to develop the space sector towards socio-economic development. And our vision is to develop a space ecosystem that will be globally competitive, but will also bring value to our citizens. And to achieve that, we are building on the foundation of a strong capacity building. And in this, we are working closely, hand in hand with universities and industry. We also want to build on a strong and robust partnership that is with local agencies, international agencies. And finally, we want to build on a very strong and active and vibrant private sector. So we were given few responsibilities that will help us to achieve our mandate. And number one is to be the regulator. We're currently regulating the sector. That is, we are creating an environment to attract investors, and we do issue licenses when there is a need for one. We're also playing the role of advisory. We are the agency that advises government on how we can leverage on space services for socioeconomic development. And on cooperation, we are the interface between the government of Rwanda and any other space-related organization, be it at national or international level. And finally, we have the mandate to stimulate innovation and research in the area of space technology. I wanted to take us through very quickly on the domains that we are dealing with in Rwanda Space Agency. The space ecosystem and value chain has up to seven or eight domains. But we are only focusing on 3 domains, which we believe that they are domains that will have a very big impact on socioeconomic development of the country. That the domain number 1 is Earth observation, where we're using data that is picked from a satellite and working on it to retrieve information or any other data that will be useful for us. And number 2, satellite communication, because we believe that without communication, there are some development achievement that we cannot have easily. And thirdly, it's on navigation and positioning. Very quickly on Earth observation. This is how we're almost roughly working. We receive data from different satellites. We take the data, the satellite imageries, through a certain processing using algorithm of machine learning or artificial intelligence. And in the end, we have a processed data with an information that is either based on the pixel classification or change detection or change recognition. Then, depending on the applications, we can integrate the satellite imageries that we have developed with other kind of data. The data can be, for example, the PASOs or statistics or demography, just to add value to and give more insight on the data that we'll have developed. So this is the kind of output that we're getting. This imagery was used this year in May during the deadly flooding that we experienced in the northern part of the country. As you can see, the yellow dots, these represent houses. And what we did, we took an imageries and we removed anything else just to remain with the built-up area. That is the built-up infrastructure. That is houses in yellow. And in red, this is the area that was affected by flooding. Now, we had a question to know how many houses were affected during the flooding. The option that we had was either to send local leaders to go and count house by house or to use technology. So we used technology. So we mapped all the houses, then we superimposed the map of the flooding. And as a result, we could manage to know how many houses were affected by the flood. And this took us a few hours. So this is one of the examples of how we can use satellite images and technology. Secondly, another example was, this is an example, an application that we are developing for urbanization. The dots on the top right side are the footprints of houses. These are satellite imageries, and we trained the machine to recognize a house and extract its footprints. Then we added on top additional information because we know, for example, where are all the bus stops. This is an information that we got from the Rwanda Transport Development Authority. We also knew where are the schools. We got the information from Ministry of Education, the same for hospitals. So we mapped everything together, and we created a kind of algorithm that will help local leaders to know, for example, if you click on one of the houses, it will tell you how long will the household take to go to the nearest hospital. How much distance can the household take to go to the nearest water point or the nearest bus stop? This is a kind of tool that can be used by a local leader to assess a development index of his administration. And on this, we can add so many other information that can be used for socioeconomic development, but using space data, space imageries as a main input. And this is ready, and it can be used by whoever wants to use it. Our idea is to develop as many applications as this and put them together in one geospatial hub, and we open the access to relevant government institutions or other stakeholders, private or public. So this one is on agriculture. We are currently working on it. The reason we're focusing on it is because we got a request from the Ministry of Agriculture because they wanted to know how much land we have that can be arable, and out of arable land, how much land is being cultivated. We are using remote sensing. This is an example of the district of Musanze. The small dots in black, these are built-up areas. What we did, we took the whole area, we removed all the built-up area. Then we removed any structure, any forest, water body, wetland. Then we remain with a land that can be called arable. And out of the land that is arable, using remote sensing, we could know out of the land how much land was cultivated. And on this example, I think this was taken in August or September. We show that the land that is cultivated is only 11,000 hectares out of 22,000 that is arable, out of 52,000 that of the whole area. So our idea is to add on top of this application other information that will help either the agronomist or the district authorities to take a decision, or even to inform some of the policies that they are developing. Some challenges, we do have challenges while working with satellite imageries. Number one, our terrain is a very mountainous terrain. The way the satellite works, sometimes we don't have a satellite that can tilt the sensor to take both sides of a mountain, for example. Or some of our lands are very small and fragmented, and in many times we do have multi-crops in a very small land. That requires a very high resolution data or a high spectral data. But I wanted to discuss more on a challenge that we have that is natural, is the cloud cover. The cloud cover, because we are depending most of the time on an optical satellite, which has to go through to have a very good look on ground. And I don't know if you've noticed, in our country, almost half of the year, or more than half of the year, we are covered by clouds. So which makes very difficult for us to monitor key sectors like agriculture. It's a problem. The same problem, we don't have the same problem as in Ukraine, for example, or in Brazil, where the sky is almost clean. But for us, we need to think about other approaches if we want to solve this problem. And the approaches we're working on is how we can use the optical, and we train our system using synthetic aperture radar. Radar is a system that can use waves, use electromagnetic wave instead of using an optical. So we did this research internally in our institution to find what is the correlation between the green that is using optical. The optical managed to get the normalized difference vegetation index, NDVI. That is measuring the greenness of the plant. And we compared it with the radar index. And we got the information, we got the result that yes, they correlated somehow. But the problem is there's a very big divergence. There's a big difference between the time we have a peak in using NDVI or time we have a peak in radar. So we're still continuing with the research, because ideally we want to have as close as possible to the NDVI. And this one, we try to see different literature, but as of now, we did not find any literature that has gone deeper into analyzing why there is this difference. And it's can be a call to action when I have scientists around and see how we can work together. Because once we solve this, it will be easier for us to monitor agriculture on a very regular basis. So I think we can have areas of partnership. Number one, we need to develop local research capabilities to address local problems. The example I told you, I should just show you about the problem of cloud cover. It's a local problem that many other countries don't have. It's very hard to find a university in Europe to work on this problem since it's not their problem. So we need to develop our own capabilities to work on our own problems. Number two, we need to work hand in hand with universities and researchers. Researchers and universities should get closer to government institutions so that we discuss together our problems and see how it can be factors in their researchers. And number three, it's an opportunity that I want to call upon researchers. We believe that the space sector can present a very high rate on return when we invest in capacity building and researchers. So with these few points, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Colonel Ngabo, for the great presentation on building the capacity in space sciences application for socio-economic development. So now we're going to move towards the panel discussion. Again, to remind you the theme, we are going to be discussing the navigation of the realm of emerging technologies in space sciences, agriculture, and environmental innovation. As we just heard from the first panelist, the landscape of the world is changing very rapidly. And in this era, we find ourselves having to explore a lot of uncharted territories, but also, I would say, a lot of opportunities in artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, biotechnology, robotics, 5G, nanotechnology, gene editing, etc. So I would like to explore with my fellow panelists a little bit of the other fields, how we use these technologies in other fields. So I will start with Mr. Richard on my, Mr. Rukundo Jean-Pierre on my right. I would ask the tech team, there is a slide that we want you to put up. Mr. Rukundo, following on the step of Colonel Ngabo, could you describe the work that you do at Beno Holding and tell us about the electric cars that you have here in the city of Kigali and how this could have an impact on the life of the population in the city?
Thank you so much. As she said, I'm Rukundo Jean-Pierre. I'm the CEO and founder of Beno Holding. We are currently working on artificial intelligence, but especially in transport sector. We are starting this journey since 2015. We are using sensors to have data. You know, in this world where we are, you can do nothing without data. First of all, we have developed a gadget to put in the cars to able to have those data for future decisions and future plans. The second thing we have done a sensor, which one we put on axle of the trucks, just to be able to reduce the overloading of the trucks. Why? Because once the truck is overloaded, they emit. There is so high emission. And those are some of the challenge we have in the country as Rwanda. As you know, we don't have the big industries, but as there is some, if I remember well, there is some article was by Dr. Egide Karis, who has done an experience and has just taken data when he was in the COVID. And when he was in the COVID, remember the movement of cars was a little bit, it's always like 10 vehicles, 12 vehicles in the road. They have reduced more than 50% of pollution in the country, in the Kigali city. That means we have a problem of pollution which emitted by the vehicles. So for this, I think that is why we have just taken a decision to go through that question, that problem, and we bring the solution, homegrown solutions. And I think for now, we are on the good stage of implementing all those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lukundo. Maybe a follow-up question for curiosity. Do you know what is maybe the intake of, or the current situation of the proportion of number of electric cars on the road in the city of Kigali compared to the other cars?
We still have quite a few numbers of electrical cars in the city. Not more than 500. But as government has just putting incentive of just once you bring electrical cars, once you bring hybrid, they don't charge you anything. So I encourage people just to bring electrical cars, anymore just to have the clean.
All right, thank you so much. Electric cars will definitely lead us to having a green city. Moving on to Dr. Wama Florence, I would like to ask you again to tell us a little bit of what RAB does in terms of taking advantage of these technologies and how we can use them to improve agriculture. And maybe to be more specific, if you could tell us about your own project that uses Internet of Things and artificial intelligence in order to monitor climate and quality of the agricultural value system chain.
Thank you, Eva. Good morning, everyone. As you said, my name is Florence Wamahoro, Deputy DG in charge of Agriculture Development in LAB. Starting from your first question about what LAB does, and just to explore more in these advanced technologies and emerging innovation and technologies. Of course, the agriculture sector is huge, and there are several areas for science and technology to be used. As lab, first of all, we are our main purpose is research, and then we are involved in community outreach and technology transfer. And in all of the two, we are more engaging or using digital platforms, technologies, advanced innovations to be able to deliver to the mandate of ensuring food security and producing enough for the country and for export. Giving some of the examples, when we look into the inputs, farming inputs like fertilizer and seeds distribution across the country, there is now a digital platform called Smart Mungandri System, which is used in the supply chain of the inputs. Before that, I would say that it was tiresome, just using papers across all the distribution chain. But with the digital platform, farmers could register to the subsidized inputs, seeds and fertilizers. Agro-dealers could see the farmers' demand or requests. The agronomists at the sector level could approve the farmers, approving that these farmers are in our area, they have a farm, we know them. And then the suppliers of seeds and fertilizers could be able to capture the command, the orders, and then they supply to the agro-dealers. So everything is done in the system, and it's been, I would say, it's still in the developmental stage, but it's a milestone. Yeah, that's one example in the supply chain of seed and fertilizers. With the research, advancing research, we have also a project. We are collaborating with the Rwanda Space Agency on the Rwanda Soil Information System, which also will help in the site-specific recommendations for fertilizers. As currently we are recommending fertilizers just in general for a type of fertilizer for a given crop, but with the Rwanda Soil Information System, we will be able to recommend fertilizers on a site-based. So with the development of science and technology, we see the change for the farmers, for the researchers, and for the country in general. Coming back to our project on the IoT, AI-based climate and quality monitoring system for agriculture value chain, the case study is cassava value chain. The project is implemented, was funded by NCST. We are grateful for that. And the project is implemented by a consortium from researchers from UARA, the African Center of Excellence in IoT, researchers from lab, experts from the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, and the Kinasi cassava plant as a private company. And the main aim of the project would be to establish IoT and artificial intelligence based system, which will be able to monitor and predict the quality and the climate data for the overall value chain of cassava. And we believe that once the project is, the devices are validated and serve for the purpose, they will be able to be customized to other crop value chain. I think we chose cassava because it's one of the key commodities. It's, of course, one of the commodities that were selected under the crop intensification program. It is also, it was declared as one of the commodities we could say as a poverty fighter. So that's one, but the purpose just to move forward to other crop value chain. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Florence. So I would like to move to Mr. Alain Daishimiye as the project lead for artificial intelligence and machine learning at the Center for Industrial Evolution in Rwanda, which actually started quite recently in 2022. Could you tell us a little bit about the work that you do in the various programs that you have on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and a bit about the application of what you do in the country?
Thank you, moderator, and good morning to you all once again. Let me begin by saying we're at the crossroads of human civilization that's characterized by technological advancements that are changing the way we live, work, and relate with one another. This is an era often referred to as the fourth industrial revolution, where we see a fusion of technologies, which is what we're calling today emerging technologies, that blurring the lines between what we see as the physical, the biological, as well as the digital. This rapid change of pace presents both opportunities, but as well as challenges that will shape mankind for good. It's within this context of transformative change and opportunity that makes the mandate of C4R Rwanda pivotal. As presented, my name is Alenda Ishimie. I'm the project lead for AI Machine Learning at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And for those that are hearing about the Center for the first time, we are a collaboration and affiliation between the government of Rwanda and the World Economic Forum for the development and application development and policy development that accelerate the adoption of emerging technologies. But here specifically, we have a portfolio that is specific to artificial intelligence and data-driven technologies. So in short, we co-design, test, and refine governance protocols that can be adopted by policymakers, by regulators, as well as governments to keep up with the change of these technologies. We're part of a global network of centers, 18 to be specific, and Rwanda was the first on the African continent to launch. And as like the moderator mentioned, we launched in 2021, around May. So you may ask yourself, why focus on AI? AI is widely considered to be the next engine of productivity and economic growth for the new digital economy. For Rwanda, AI is a leapfrog technology that through appropriate design and responsible implementation can help advance Rwanda's social and economic aspiration of becoming an upper middle income country by 2035 and an upper high income country by 2050. Even more, AI as a general purpose technology holds the power to help us achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Just to highlight some of the notable achievements of the center, one, we helped co-design the recently enacted Rwanda Data Privacy and Protection Law that guarantees the protection and privacy of data subjects residing in Rwanda. We also helped put together the national AI policy that aims at positioning Rwanda as a test bed and launchpad for AI in Africa and beyond. With this also as an extension, we also helped develop Rwanda's AI readiness and assessment framework that helps us put the implementation plan into action and also help monitor where we're going and what needs to be done. Beyond policy and regulation formulation, we are also piloting an AI catalyzer program, which is an integrated initiative encompassing an establishment of a national AI lab as a fostering grant for AI innovation and the subsequent launch of a venture builder program that will provide investment and business support with the collective goal of stimulating innovation, entrepreneurship, and responsible AI adoption and development in Rwanda. So as a first step towards the AI Catalyzer program, and to help us better understand both the economic and social impact of AI in Rwanda, in September last year, we conducted an AI assessment exercise, and the findings were striking. AI has the potential to contribute approximately to about 589 million USD to our economy, which translates to about 6% of Rwanda's GDP in the medium term. The exercise analyzed sectors that have the highest potential and what specific solutions can be developed within these specific sectors. At the top of the list is the agriculture sector, which is vital to economy and sustenance, with a potential value of about 108 million USD addition to the GDP. Agriculture is one of the sectors that perfectly encapsulates the convergency of the theme central to today's panel by merging space, science, environment, and agriculture practices. For agriculture, AI introduces precision farming, enhancing yields through data-driven insights on crop health, soil condition, and climate patterns. It's about giving farmers the scientifically or scientific information choices in terms of reducing guessworks and also increasing productivity. One example I can share with you today that showcases the power of AI in agriculture is a platform that we're developing in collaboration with the Minagri. We're creating a decision support tool that integrates with an interactive voice response engine. This tool leverages the power of machine learning and consolidates data from weather stations, satellite imageries, IoT devices on the ground, and historical records to offer farmers information and recommendation of crops, selection, planting and harvesting schedules, pest control, and irrigation management. In return, this will enhance the efficiency and productivity of smallholder farmers in Rwanda by delivering actionable information promptly. This is just one of the examples I think that highlights today's theme. And let me conclude by saying that the journey ahead is promising as it's demanding. The future we envision at this council meeting is just attainable, isn't just attainable, it's already taking shape. Each algorithm we write, each policy we enact, and each collaboration we forge is a step towards the future. It will require a collective wisdom, our shared responsibilities, and our unwavering commitment. Together, let us harness the power of AI and emerging technologies, not as an instrument of change, but as a catalyst for future where innovation and equity coexist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Allen. That was a very detailed overview about the work that you do at the C4IR and also the implementation and the process that you develop. Maybe following that line of thought, I would like to hear from Colonel Francis. You told us about the projects that you do. You gave us a very good overview about the work of the Rwanda Space Agency. But maybe could you also tell us a little bit more about the policies and the practices that you develop and implement, and maybe some of the challenges that you see or the gap that you see in the community in terms of adopting these policies and these practices, and the challenges that you see and the possible solution for adaptation and implementation.
Thank you very much. The policies and strategies that we are working on now are based on our mandate, which is to promote and develop space services and technology to support government institutions in their day-to-day work and towards socio-economic development. Now, right after being established, we gave ourselves a very clear assignment to go around and understand how we can support government institutions. So we toured and crisscrossed all the country, talking to leaders, local leaders, to understand how we can work together. And that informed the policy that we are currently working on. We hope that towards the end of this year, it will be published, it will be approved, and this gave us, showed us the gaps that we can quickly fix using space services. And this is the basis of us choosing the domain of Earth observation, because we believe that with Earth observation, we can support a big part of a big number of development sectors of the country, be it agriculture, environment, transportation, water management, environment, and so on. So as of now, we do have a very good collaboration with almost all the ministries. And our plan and our vision is to develop internal capabilities in government institutions that will be able to consume the data that we will have provided. So this is a work that we are currently doing with different government institutions.
Thank you so much for specifying that. Alain and Florence, I have one question for you. Both spoke about different platforms that are basically were developed to kind of support agriculture and modernize it, and that were also developed in order to help the farmers. The one mentioned by Florence is Ngungane system. The one mentioned by Alain is a decision support tool. So is this the same platform? Are these different? How are they related? How do we work together to ensure that there is no duplication of effort? And also, maybe in terms of adoption from the farmers, What challenges do you foresee for the farmers to adopt these tools? Maybe let's start with you, Florence.
Thank you, Eva. The adoption for technologies by our smallholder farmers usually is slow, but it's a process. So the mobilization and just facilitation is in progress, and we've seen the change. I would say that it's a progressive work, but so far so good. We've been working together with the different institutions, and I think there is no duplication in the activities that we are working on. And with the just focusing on the SNEs, we see that the farmers, with the capacity building, with the training, with just follow up, but we've seen the improvement. And as I would say, that as we are speaking of this season 2024A, we record today about 1,800,000 farmers above that are already registered for import since July this year, and we see the change, really. So it's a progressive work. It requires efforts in mobilization, and with the digital tools, access to internet, access to mobile phones, now the farmers, at least each home has someone with a mobile phone, but also the ministry and lab have trained farmers that we call farmer promoters, who are like influential at the village level. They help their fellows in case it is needed. So we have no problem, and our staff are out there to help as well. So the farmers see the change, and the communities see the change. It takes time, of course, to adopt the technologies, but as they see the impact or the importance of the system, it goes quickly. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to the question, if there's duplication of efforts, I don't think there's duplication of efforts. Actually, this project we're working on is an extension of the project that CEO mentioned, RCA. And what we're trying to achieve here is give the power or augment the capabilities of farmers by giving them information that they can act on to improve their farming practices. So what this does is we're leveraging IVR technologies. IVR technologies, this is an interactive voice. I think most of you have used it in one way or another. If you call a bank, there's always that annoying automated thing that picks up and talks to you. So we're leveraging that power of conversational AI to actually talk to farmers, and farmers can interact with them by asking different questions in regards to their farming practices. One example is a farmer, this is actually through the surveys we did. Farmers usually have a problem of relying on weather information that's provided to them because it's not accurate in the sense, but what we're trying to do here with one component of the application is that we're going to aggregate weather information and ground weather station information to come up with an algorithm that is actually almost quite precise depending on the geolocations. And here a farmer will be able to call, say, hey, X in Muhanga, I'm trying to plant this type of seed. What is the weather like? And the system will be able to tell him, hey, depending on the weather forecast, please plant in the next 2 days, and there's going to be rainfalls with this amount of rainfalls. Please don't use this type of fertilizers because, again, there's an issue of maybe water flooding and so on. So this is more of giving them decision support, actionable information that they can use to better become better farmers with the hopes of improving and increasing on their yields. It's an extension also of the call center. Minagri has a call center where farmers get to call in, but it's understaffed. Usually there's about 2 or 1 staff member that has to attend to different phone calls that come in. So we want to automate all that process, but this time by leveraging AI. And what we're doing here is we're using large language model to actually train them on domain-specific issues so that they can better be able to accurately respond to some of the queries that they receive. Should the system not respond or satisfy the caller, it's redirected to a grant person that's able to cater to these questions. So again, the challenges we had at the beginning was the use of cell phones, but we decided to opt to the IVR system where anybody can just call in with the hotline number and just interact with the system naturally. And what is specific or unique about this platform is that we're actually using Kinyarwanda translation engine. So our system will be able to actually converse in Kinyarwanda. We're partnered with Mbaza AI. These are local and AI data company that specializes in natural language processing applications. They have developed the NLP platforms and also the translation engines that we're actually training on this specific domain-specific data. So in terms of, is it different? Not quite, but it's just an extension. But this one is specific to the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alain. Lukund, I would like to ask you a quick question related to maybe the future work of Beno Holding in terms of your plans for keep improving sustainable environmental practices within the community in Kigali, and how do you yourself as a company leverage maybe AI to artificial intelligence tools to motivate the population to adopt these techniques and these vehicles that you are bringing? Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, we need just to have awareness of using electrical cars than the normal, the fuel cars. And I was just asking, can you please I don't know why, but I was just doing some art where I was putting 36 vehicle, the private vehicle, and 36 motor vehicle, and 1 bus, electrical bus. And then that was what was just our homework as a scientist and researcher to think about it. Either all of us, we go to the job with our own cars or to use public transport. It's just this one, but I don't think is everyone seen it?
Alain, from me, could you also tell us about, so from what is transpiring from the discussion, it sounds like one of the key issues is actually having the capacity in the human resource that we have to utilize these technologies. So Alain, could you tell us a little bit about maybe the plan of the center to...
Report that we published last year was the issue of R&D. Well, as much as we see people graduate, but we're not seeing any research papers coming out or any, I would say, things that will compete on a global stage in terms of participation in these technologies. And this is an issue of where we find, especially Africa, that we are mostly consumers of technology. So it's, I think, time for us to start participating so that we really define the future forward and the roadmap for us in terms of this playing field. What the center is doing, again, we are a multi-stakeholder kind of evangelist in some sort, where we invite academia, public sector, private sector, civil society under one roof to discuss some of these issues. We also help in terms of identifying and defining some of these challenges and finding solutions in terms of policy and other instruments that can address these challenges. One of the instruments that were put in place again was the National AI Strategy that puts the 21st century skills at the top of our priorities. So how do we start engaging even from nursery school in terms of STEM educations so that we create the appetite for these innovators once they graduate to tertiary education to be better prepared to participate. So these are conversations that are ongoing. It's not specific just to Rwanda, especially in the field such as AI, where we have that deficit in terms of skills. And those that we do produce end up being consumed by these multinationals or end up going elsewhere for the better pay. So it's time for us to really understand how do we attract talent, how do we keep the talent on the ground, but also how do we participate? And this is where you guys come in terms of R&D, in terms of publications you put out there, but as well as also participating in some of these challenges that we face. I talked about the AI Catalyzer program. And one of the ideas we have is how do we match problem statements from government institutions, even private sector, with innovators. And innovators can be anybody from academia, it can be private sector, to address challenges, these challenges using technologies. So in conclusion, these are things that can be addressed by policy, but it's a call to action in terms of bringing everybody in the room to really identify what are the gaps in terms of the skills that we have that we need to address, and what kind of the technologies that Rwanda needs to focus on that can drive our social and economic aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alain, especially for the call for action and the food for thoughts for everyone in the room. It's a good challenge, so we shall keep thinking about that. My last question to Lukundo. I would like to ask you, as the only representative of the private sector on the panel, maybe could you tell us a little bit about what are the, not just challenges, but maybe opportunity you foresee for the private sector in the usage of these technologies, and maybe also some of the challenges and the solution that you see, but also the opportunities for the private sector.
Thank you so much for that one. Frankly speaking, we still have opportunity in AI, IoT, in the sector. So, yes, we still have challenges because there are few people who understand what is research. Sometimes to get some collaboration with the government institutions is still a problem. But we're still working on it, and we hope with these discussions and symposium like this one, the people will have mind that we need just to work together, as Kronengabo said and other on the panel. We need to work together until we get where we want to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lukundo. We still have a few minutes, and I would welcome questions from the floor. If anyone has a question, we can take, I think, about 2 questions. There is a question there. Do we have any other question from the floor?
First of all, thank you very much for all the panelists. I'm really fascinated by your discussions. Actually, I should say I'm a research scientist. Actually, I'm here representing AIMS Rwanda. I'm leading one of the research, the German researchers for applied mathematics, AI, sustainability, and development in Africa. I'm very happy to hear challenges because as a research scientist, I like to hear about challenges, and those challenges are questions where we can start to do research on. So there are various challenges that have been cited by Colonel Gabo and also by all of you. But I have the following question. Actually, in Africa, in fact, all over the world, the product food is more than, which can feed twice the world population. The problem is on storage. In fact, storage at the same time supply chain are very important in Africa. So what is the cooperation between RSA? Because 2 weeks before I was at the conference of RSA. So what is the cooperation of RSA with the research on agri-food supply chain? This I would like to know. Let me pose all the questions. The second is most of the problems that are what you are discussing are almost all over Africa, at least in sub-Saharan Africa or in the East African region. To avoid duplicity, what is your cooperation with the East African community? Is the one. Second question. The third question is to Pierre. In fact, I was wishing to hear some very important investment opportunities because for the time being, we have only 500 electric cars in Rwanda. But imagine we have 5,000 electric cars. Right now, we have gas stations for classical cars. What is then the opportunity for private investors in terms of energy storage supply, particularly considering sustainability system, particularly renewable energy sources? So this is actually, it's not really like just filling a gas tanker and bringing energy. So energy management is very important when we use battery storage systems. How to really manage them, that's a very critical scientific research. In fact, this is one of the research which is very interesting to me. So therefore, I think that is investment opportunity that I suggest that you should focus on. And in fact, regarding the challenges that has been mentioned by Colonel Gabo, that's why I said we should avoid repetitions and we have to come work together. I've been doing research in hyperspectral imaging, image processing, super resolution. I think those challenges are common research opportunities. I suggest that. So thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, please. You can, yeah, either of you can take the questions. The first one, I think he asked about the cooperation between the agencies and the international community. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof, for very nice questions. Collaboration, of course, we have researchers, and there are several challenges out there, and which, of course, leads to research conduction. And we've been working with several actors in the region, in the country, and also beyond. In terms of post-harvest losses management, it's a bit tricky, I would say. But it's also one of the bottlenecks that we have. So, as I said, there are several research questions and collaboration opportunities in terms of research and development. There have been some efforts, like we worked with some partners on the post-harvest losses calculations, but the technology is not yet advanced, so we call upon, of course, members in the room, researchers in the room, to work together to address such issues like using sensors and satellites and some other like cold chain or cold looms for post-harvest handling of fruits and vegetables, for example. So it's a process, I would say, but this always comes with the financing, you know. So the questions are there, efforts to address them are there, but sometimes we are constrained with the financing. So with the available resources, things have been in progress, but we are not yet where we want to be. So we are open for collaboration, and Rwanda's space agents and members on the panel and the audience here, please, you are all welcome to come and collaborate with the Ministry of Agriculture and the Rwanda Agriculture and Animal Resources Board to address such issues. I mean, we have proposals, we have things to work on, but when it comes to finance, of course, there is something that comes first, next, and so on. So it's a process, but I think we'll reach where we want to go once we work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Florence. Alain, yes.
Yeah, let me add on that. I think the question you're asking for the first one was an issue about harmonization. And here specifically, we'll talk about harmonization in terms of policy and regulation, especially when they talk about the digital economy. So for us to participate, I think it's pivotal for us to really unite on different fronts to provide a unified front when dealing with large multinationals that are at the center of this global digital and data economy. Such harmonization fosters economic integration, enabling smoother cross-border trade and investment, and promotes standardization, reducing the complexities of differing regulations. It also facilitates the development of shared digital infrastructure, enhancing connectivity across the regions. So a unified stance strengthens Africans' voice on the global negotiations. And here we're talking about things such as the Googles of the world, the AWSs, the Amazons. How do we really have our voice heard, especially if these are the guys that are running a lot of these platforms? So by addressing shared digital challenges, collectively, African can devise effective solutions, attract global tech giants through consistent regulation environment, and inspire innovation. So furthermore, harmonization approach ensures continent-wide consumer protection, robust data privacy standard, and boosts Africa's competitiveness in the digital realm. In essence, a coordinated policy framework is essential for Africa to leverage the digital economy that benefits and position itself as a significant player within this digital space. So harmonization is an issue that we face. Our continent is fragmented in terms of policy and regulation, but there have been instruments that are being put in place. One that is very promising is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area that has a component of harmonization of digital regulation and policies that are going to stand the standards on which we participate on these platforms. So again, harmonization is something that I think that is needed, not just for innovation purposes, but also in regards to the instruments that we put in place to help us advance these technologies that are emerging. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Gabo. You want to add something?
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. The question was a very interesting one. I think my colleague from RAB touched on the post-harvest processing. I'll touch more on collaboration and research. First of all, I would like to commend AIMS together with other universities like CMU and University of Rwanda for closely collaborating with us. As of last week in the conference you attended, one or two ladies from AIMS for working on an artificial intelligence algorithm that has been uploaded on a Chinese satellite. And the result of that algorithm was so overwhelming that the Chinese themselves, they wanted to award also the ladies. So we really appreciate the collaboration we have with you. And we, would like also to extend that collaboration with other institutions, not only in Rwanda, but also in East Africa and other countries. Because in this area, if you want to be sustainable, if you want to know what is going on and how the technology is evolving, partnership, collaboration is key. If you don't collaborate, you'll find yourself dying off a natural death and very quickly. So we really appreciate anyone who extend an arm of collaboration to us. And for sure, you can count on us to come and see you and collaborate hyperspectral imageries. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Ngawa. You actually just mentioned something that I think is not is worth repeating. That award to the AIM students. We were talking a minute ago about one of the issues being we are mostly consumers of these technologies more than we actually produce them and share them with the rest of the world. So getting to the point where we actually have some of our own students here in the country develop tools and algorithms that can be bought by foreign agencies or government or institution or companies. I think it's something to be very happy of, to celebrate, but also to try to see sorry, if we can build into the students, the researchers, ourselves in the room, that drive to want to get there, to try to innovate in such a way that we produce tools that are useful and effective. We have time for one single last question. So if everyone else, we can continue the discussion after the panel. So we're going to have the last question for the day.
Okay, thank you for a good presentation. I'm Dr. Msabe Jean Bosco, presenting for ERICA. I want to ask the Dr. Florence. He was mentioning different things, and he was talking about the Bekahonganle in terms of the fertilizer. Every season, they give our farmers the fertilizer. Then I need to know what kind of the technology they are detecting the remaining fertilizer in the soil, because if you give our farmers the fertilizer every time, I think there is a measure you can use for detecting the remaining fertilizer in the soil. The second thing I want to ask the Kano Ngabo. He was talking about different challenges in terms of data security. You're getting data from the satellite, and how do you convincing your clients? I think I asked a kind of like that in terms of security, how you can secure their data. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Eva, if you allow, I can go ahead.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the very nice question. Maybe in the presentation you mentioned about the Rwanda Soil Information System that we are collaborating with Rwanda Space Agents to have it operational. It's under development from the funding Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And that Rwanda Soil Information System did what you asked about. And the project researchers have collected soil samples across the country, in all the villages of the country. And they collected the nutrient content, or the data related to the soil nutrient content. And this information are used to formulate fertilizers recommendation based on the site need and the crop need. So through that project and the application in process, we'll be able to regularly check the soil nutrients requirements, and the information will lead to the recommendations on a regular basis, year by year or season by season. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Musawe. I'll answer your question in two angles. Angle number one is that we are, whatever data sharing and data storing we are doing in Rwanda Space Agency, we do comply with the data protection guidelines and data policy. And secondly, on a different angle, on the satellite data, satellite imagery data. There's an international treaty on the usage of outer space that says that this outer space does not belong to any country. It belongs to all of us. So it means that if you have a satellite up there, you have even the right to go and have data from the imageries from even the US. So that's why my house is on Google Map. I did not ask for it. So, and whenever I ask them to blur it and to cache it, it's not possible because no one is controlling it. It belongs to all of us. The space belongs to all of us. So I can see it, we can see it in different angles. It can be a challenge, but also an opportunity because we do have information that is at an angle, at an altitude that gives us a broad angle view, and we can also have access to data in Brazil, data in Argentina, and in Tokyo. So for the data that we are processing using information and that we receive from other government institutions, we do really comply with the national data policy and security guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I do appreciate all your insights and all your remarks and the questions that we have received from the room as well. We have all contributed to making this discussion, to keeping it alive. And it's very clear from what we have discussed that these emerging technologies are going to be key to changing and improving the landscape of the three sectors that we discussed: space sciences, agriculture, and environmental innovation for the three. So I do appreciate your expertise and you taking the time to share that with us. Colonel Ngabo, Mr. Alain Daishimiye, Dr. Wamahoro Florence, and Mr. Lukundo Jean-Pierre, thank you for your time, and you may regain your seat. Everyone, please give them a round of applause. All right, for the next session, we are going to have a photo session. So we are going to have a photo session for the next few minutes, and that will be followed by a short break. This is not on the schedule. We are including it for a few minutes. So the break is going to be where we had coffee from the beginning in the other room. But for the photo, we are going to have multiple photos. The first one, I have to apologize to my panelists. Would you kindly make your way back to the stage for the picture with the National Council of Science and Technology Council, or the members in the room. So please make your way to the stage for the first photo. And the photographers, please be ready. I apologize for making you exercise. The photographers should tell us. Members of the council, please make your way to the stage as well. Please stay for a second. And now we would like to have all the researchers in the room joining us for the next picture. So if you know you do research, please join us. Let's try to do this a little bit quick. So 30 seconds, 1 minute, we should all be here. All the researchers in the room, please. Don't be shy.
It's a human sign.
Food security, nutrition nexus for resilient crop production systems, is going to present on the evidence from tea and coffee growers in the Kivu Belt zone in Rwanda. Please welcome Professor Bizoza. More enthusiastic claps than that. Let's welcome him. Thank you.
Dear the facilitator. Good morning again, everyone. Respected audience, I'm pleased to present to you the results from our project that is being funded by the National Council for Science and Technology. And the focus was on assessing the nexus between poverty, food security, and nutrition security among coffee and tea farmers through SOFI, the Society in Grass Village Initiative model, and then also to explain the study area was in Kivu Belt, which is mainly the Western Province of Rwanda. This is a project that is being implemented by myself with other colleagues, some of them are in the room. So as outline of my presentation, I will shed a little bit the background of this project, and then also talk about what do I see as the relevance and uniqueness of this research project. I will also highlight the key objectives of the research project and the results from the empirical analysis, following the impact on the society and what we are looking at some of the concluding remarks. We are all aware and cognizant that poverty, food insecurity, malnutrition, these are the global challenges, especially when it comes to sub-Saharan Africa. Rwanda is also part of these countries that are still facing the issue of poverty. We see now the trend around 38%. Food security, and then we see also the challenge of stunting, which is currently estimated at national level at 33%. And then we look at the target that we have in the Vision 2050, which is around 5.5% by 2035, and also 3% by 2050. We could see that there is a big challenge and then also big efforts that are supposed to be gathered. So it's very important to understand the nexus between food security, nutrition, and also poverty, because this was not highly studied or assessed in the context of Rwanda. And then we took this Western province because of high levels of poverty and also food insecurity and also stunting that was observed. So we thought this could be a good area to understand the status of farmers who are involved in coffee and also involved in tea, because most of the time the analysis and also when you look at the policy concern was mainly to focus on them as agribusiness players, and less attention is paid on the food system, food subsistence, and also looking at the other dimensions of poverty. This has attracted our curiosity from the science perspective to see exactly why this region, being one of the main producers, and also being known to be the area where we have more commercial crops and traditional commercial crops, that's coffee and tea, tend to continue to be poor and also having these high levels of malnutrition. This is the map that basically depicts the area, and this map basically combines both the levels of poverty and also levels of food security and malnutrition. And you could see from these statistics, you could see that the Western province still is highly ranked, and when you compare to the national statistics in terms of level of food security and also in terms of levels of security in terms of malnutrition as well. Now, the relevance of these projects can be explained by 3 aspects, or even 4. One, poverty and stunting are still dominant and considered as key challenges for the national transformation of Rwanda. So we see this in the NST1. We even see this in the Vision 2050, as I've already mentioned. And we also look at coffee and tea farmers who have been receiving more attention in terms of being agribusiness, as I have already highlighted. But we need to also to see how much effort is dedicated when it comes to food and nutrition security in that particular area. And then this also needs to validate and test the assumption whether being better off as a cash crop producers, does it really this explain being out of poverty or being out of food insecurity or stunting? Then the third aspect that also justifies the relevance of this study is the model itself, which I'm also going to explain in the next slides. The SUVI model, which is the Society University Village Initiative model that was initiated in 2018 from the University of Rwanda. Again, in terms of objective, we have 2 types of objective. The first objective, the overall one, that is basically tend to understand the nexus between poverty, food insecurity, and malnutrition among coffee and tea growers in the western province of Rwanda. In terms of specific objectives, we have 3 main specific objectives. One is to assess the status of poverty, food security, and nutrition security among coffee and tea growers. Number 2, to identify and document the determinant factors that explain the nexus between the 3 response variables or 3 outcomes, and then also demonstrate how this SUVI model can be an approach to improve sustainable agricultural practices in terms of effective adoption of climate-smart agriculture practices in the area where coffee and tea are dominant. The study was conducted using different techniques in terms of data collection. We used the desk review as normal, as a starting point to understand the state of art in terms of literature. Number 2, we had also to use some qualitative and quantitative techniques to collect additional data to validate some of the assumptions and objectives. So we had 2 categories of respondents. We have what we call the treatment group. These are the tea and coffee farmers. And then we have also the control group. Those are the farmers who do not cultivate neither coffee or tea, serving as a control group in the analysis that we are going to share in the next stage. So the total sample is around 1,286 collected from those different areas, including the control ones, the red ones, and then the tea treatment tea, and then we have also the treatment coffee, the blue ones. Sorry. So now, looking at the SUVI model, which has been used to collect this data, it's also came from the genesis of understanding why we don't have more research impact in the community, especially in Africa. So where we tend to have, and from the science perspective, where you tend to see and be glad when your paper is highly cited. And you could see that citing this paper, maybe 100 people have cited your paper, you feel excited. But what does it really mean? So that's where the point of introducing the SUVI model started. So how can we have now issue and challenge-based research? In other words, how can we have a research that is going to respond a particular issue and challenge that is observed in the society? So in terms of understanding this model, it's at the same time an approach for issue and challenge-based research. It is a methodology which is also coming from the family of the participatory action research. It is also a platform where researchers, policymakers, community members meet together and discuss the same issue. And then we have also a geographical location when you talk about the village. It can be a catchment, it can be a village in the normal sense of Rwanda, but we see people coming to the community, understanding the issues before they take this into proposal and research conduct. It has different steps. You start with the issue identification, which comes also to be informed by the national policy and strategic frameworks. Then you have to recruit and train SOVI champions. These are the graduates from the university. They are recruited from their respective areas or communities. And that means that we make a call, and then you are selected. If you are coming from maybe Rutsiro or you are from Gatsibo, you are selected to be part of the SOVI champions. And then they are trained. They go through the training. So after the training, they do the socioeconomic profiling of the particular area. This is an approach which is very cost effective when it comes to research costs. And then after being trained, they do the social economic profiling by collecting data using the updated techniques. Then you have to do the data management process. And then you need also to do SOVI community engagement. These are the graduates that are working with the community, working on the kitchen gardens in their respective communities, for instance. Others do their businesses. And then we also tend to see this approach being adopted by different projects. So we took this as an experimental part. Since 2018 up to now, it's almost 7 years. And at least every year we see a project adopting and using this approach. So before we declare this to be an innovation, so we thought this could be going through these different phases first to be tested from different contexts. But the results are very interesting, as you will see from the next stage. Now, what are the results from this project? So we have three main projects, three main results. One is the coffee farmers are more likely to be food secured as compared to tea farmers and non-coffee and non-tea farmers. That's the main finding, number one. Number two, coffee farmers and tea farmers are less likely to be poor compared to non-coffee and tea farmers, which is also explained by the cash cropping pattern. Number three, which is also scaring, we see coffee and tea farmers, children from their households are likely to be more stunted compared to those that are not cultivating coffee and tea. So if I try to explain in the graphs and also in the tables, basically these are the three main results that we observed in our results. I think this basically reflects what I'm talking about. This is the first results. You could see the numbers in terms of food security and nutrition security, and also look at the multidimensional poverty, looking at the three categories of the respondents, which basically validates the first results. Number two, the under 5 years children, we can see also the treatment coffee, and then we see the treatment tea and the control. So you can see those that are in coffee and tea, they are likely to be more in the category of stunting. And then we have also the third coffee and tea farmers being likely to be less poor as compared to non-coffee and non-tea farmers, which is also explained by this fact. So we had also to do this empirical analysis. It's a model that we use in econometrics as a system analysis. So we had to do three types of analysis: probit maximum likelihood, OLS, ordinary least square, three-stage least square models. And this was analyzed as a system. So we did three levels of analysis: analyze them individually, analyze them as a system, but also analyze considering the group of farmers who are female and the group of farmers who are male. So these are the results. I don't think I need to give more details. I will give you the results. So these are the three observations from those statistical analyses. One, there is three risk factors associated with stunting, which has been identified in this study, including micronutrient deficiencies, mother's education, and a deficiency in conducive socioeconomic environment. That's basically one of the key observations. Number two, the ongoing crop intensification program needs further consideration in regard to food diversification, crop rotation, and intercropping. We know the benefits of this program, but how do we extend to reach the diversity aspect, but also rotation and intercropping? Now, coffee companies, processors, and tea factories may introduce also what we call food voucher system for high nutrient dense food and animal products to address issues linked to market accessibility, but also to ensure effective treatment of the children in the adjacent. We know that they have these early child development centers in the areas, but how do we ensure that we can build on this and make sure that they have access to this highly dense food? So some of the other key factors that were very important, we have education, mothers' membership to the cooperatives, and then we have also mothers' education is very important. And then we have also the junction between all these factors. We are tending to propose that there is need to have what we call special agricultural economic zones, adapting the model of Gabiro hub, which is now being implemented, so that at least we respond to these challenges of production, employment, but also ensuring the issue of land scarcity is being addressed. So without further ado, these are some of the impact of the model that we have used in the society. Some of these guys who are SOVI champions are now scaling up the model to other young people. RDB has now accepted to give 100 people who will join the model, which we think we should celebrate, and this will also be part of their job creation. Number two, we see some guys of these SOVI champions joining the master's program, and others joining the professional internship due to the training and the capacity that we provided through this project. I thank you very much for your attention. The remaining slides are for appreciation for National Council for Science and Technology, everyone who has been involved, including the farmers who have provided their inputs in terms of information that we needed. Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Bizoza. Before you leave, do we have one question for him? We have time for one question. There is one question on the back. Oh, and we have one question in front. So can we try to keep the question extremely short? So we have two questions.
Yeah, so thank you this very good presentation. But there's one piece of information maybe I didn't follow. You provided some of the factors that contributing to stunting that you observe in the Western region, and like the macronutrient deficiencies, mother education, and so forth. But I didn't understand why it's so prevalent in the coffee farmers and the non-coffee farmers, because I could imagine those will be the same on both.
Shall I respond? Yes, thank you very much for this very good question. When you look at the coffee farmers and the tea farmers, and those who are not cultivating coffee and tea, they have different farming systems. So for the coffee farmers, at least they have some room for intercropping, which means they can still have also some other crops. For the tea farmers, they don't have that room for intercropping. Non-coffee and non-tea farmers, for them, they are cultivating multiple types of crops on their piece of land that is available, giving them more opportunity to cultivate more types of crops, and also which also is going to diversify their nutrition. So you look at, we assume that those with coffee and tea will get more resources, the money, and buy the additional food that they need. But the assumption was not validated as well, because they tend to spend money to other areas of expenses, schooling and health and other expenses at households. So you don't find a huge or a good budget allocated to their home consumption to supplement additional food that they need. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Bizoza. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Let's welcome Dr. Peace Bamiligile. She is a lecturer at the University of Rwanda. She's going to talk to us about Internet of Things, empowered precision agriculture techniques for improved rice production. Please welcome Peace to the stage.
Good morning. My name is Peace Bamiligile. I'm a lecturer at University of Rwanda, College of Science and Technology. I'm going to talk about IoT-empowered precision agriculture techniques for improving rice production. The presentation outline, background, relevance, and overview of the study, problem statement, objective, results and discussion, impact to the society, and conclusion. When I talk about, before I talk about the rice, let's first talk about the agriculture. Everyone here from the beginning, they were talking about agriculture and different things and the technologies they are using to improve the production. When you look at the statistics of Rwanda, now, according to the national statistics of Rwanda, now it's 76% are engaged in agriculture. So, meaning that at least a big number of the population are depending on agriculture, right? So, when I go to the rice, I will simply say this one, maybe it's assumption, or it's my observation. All of you, when you go home, or when you are going to have a lunch or dinner or whatever, what is coming to your table? It's rice, right? Normally, we used to, I normally say this one to the friends that the rice, I thought that it was just made to it was being produced. I didn't know that it was cultivated before. So after realizing that, and finding the effort that people they are making to produce rice, then I found it's really challenging. So when you look on the market, at least 62% are imported from the outside country. What does it indicate to us? It means that we are not producing enough, right? When you look on the land, they are cultivating of the rice. It's 5,001, then 509. That is the land they are cultivating in the total. So when you look on the irrigated, when I talk about irrigated, it's the other land which they have the canals. It's 12.7%. Partial, it's when they are having we call them the dams, then they use basket or any other means to do the irrigation. So that is 7.3%. That is a big number. Then I explained this one, why rice? Of course, we normally used to eat rice on the Christmas, on the local areas. But in the urban, it was in the restaurant. But nowadays, in the present, everyone is having a rice on the table. According to the National Rice Development Strategy, they are estimating at least the consumption will increase 76% in 2030. So when you look on the consumption per person, it's a 17.4 kilogram. Nowadays, it's 11, so meaning it's increasing, right? The consumption is increasing. We are only eating rice. So what are we bringing on the table? The note of the research was to design a low-cost IoT-empowered smart agriculture system for rice farming in Rwanda. What is the current situation on irrigation? We remember we talked about fertigation and irrigation. So when you look where they are extracting water in Muvumba, where I'm doing a research, it's in Eastern Province, Muvumba Valley, where they are cultivating 1,500 hectares. Unfortunately, 800 hectares, now they are not cultivating it. Why? Because they fail to get the benefit from what they are doing. So they stopped. Other areas, they are cultivating the vegetables and so on. It's okay to have a vegetable, but what about the rice we are importing from outside? Do we have any minerals? Do we have any income we are generating to get that money? No, we only what we have, it's a land. And the land will not increase at all, right? What we do, they simply extract water from the field, from the river, which is Muvumba. That is 4.2. I used the Google map to extract this map. Then after extracting it, it goes to the big canals. So after big canal, it goes to the main canal. Imagine those ways. So after that, that is where the farmers are getting water flow. So that process, even those canals, due to the rainfall, the soil are destroying the canals and so on other infrastructure. What other problem are facing? The first one, lack of field by field irrigation control. As you see, that they are using muds and grasses to block the water to flow into other plots. So that is a big challenge. So that one, sometimes because it's a canal and they open within, like for example, if they say we are going to open for 2 hours or 3 hours. So meaning that those people from the down, they are not going to get the water into their field. So causing that conflict. So inadequate of soil testing. There we are talking about soil testing. People are not, let me say this one, maybe everyone will understand. It's really very challenging for the people who are cultivating not only the rice, other crops, the soil testing of the nutrients. What are the nutrients within soil? What are the remaining? I remember there's one participant who asked that question. So there is a way to solve these problems as well. Continuous stressing of soil. The land will not going to increase, but how are we going to do? So low rise, all of those challenges, they become the low rise. So meaning that at least a hectare, they produce an average of 3.5 ton per hectare. That is really very small. So what I'm bringing to the table, the objective, system design. We first investigated what is happening in the field. Not only to know what is happening in the field and to bring to not only sitting in the room and we suggest what the farmers need, no. What are they need? So we can bring what they need. So another thing, we developed the machine learning algorithm. It's working, embedded in the network. We are going to use, due to the network issues and so on, we are going to use the edge computing. So the only thing remaining is to deployment that system. We already got people who are going to provide us equipment, so we are going to deploy by the end of this year. What will it, the outcome? Of course, to improve rice production above at least 6 to 9. Others are getting 10, but let's start somewhere, then we improve the rice. This is the site, the district, they gave us the land. So this is the team we are working with. They also gave us the irrigation expert at district level we are working with. So that is where we are going to implement our project. So what are the findings after the survey? We just interviewed 24% male, then 76% were female, male. Then we also talked about what are the conditions, climate change, what do they observe, how do they know if it is going to change, and so on. When I talk about the climate change, on this season, I remember when we visited there, people, they planted the seeds, but they thought, but because it rained once, they thought it is going to continue. Then it started planting. So at the end, it stopped. I'm talking about the eastern. So when it stops, now they are replanting. I don't know what you call it. Now they are planting it again. So that is what is happening. So at least above 90%, they are willing to adopt our system. So, and even that is what they suggested, we should at least provide to them. So this is system, how is it going to work? So from there, we will have the field. The field will be with sensors. So sensors, that is NPK, urea, and other nutrients within the soil. So we will be having a water tank. So within the water tank, we will be having a store as well. So in order that water tank, when depending on the field, what is happening on the field, we will know the information, what is happening on the field. So after that one, we will send the data to the, that is with what I told you some on the edge, where will be microcontroller. Then we will be embedded on the system with the other algorithm. We used the Markov chain process and the SASA. For any case, if there is a fault, SASA will work when there is a fault. But Mark chain process, it will do automatic irrigation or fertigation if it's needed. So these sensors, they are going to give us what is happening in the field. Is water really shortage? Is there a shortage of water in the field or not? So if that is the case, if, for example, the rice needs to be irrigated, normally the rice has 4 or 5 stages, and each has its level of the water needed. So if it's needed to do irrigation, we will first, because we will also be having the weather forecast. Then we will check, is it going to rain or not? Because we don't want to waste water which we don't have. So if it is going to rain, we wait until it rains, then it checks how much water within the soil. After that, that is when we are going to determine how much to add in the soil. But if it is not going to rain, meaning that this sensors will tell us this is the much of the water within the soil. So depending on the stage of the soil, depending on the stage of the rice, we will know how much to add. The system will automatically know how much to add within the soil. So we release, you can see there is a solenoid valve, and we will also having the solar, which will allow the water to pump within the field, and also that's how the system is going to work. By the way, it's complicated, but that is, and also releasing, then the water will be, the data will be analyzed. If there is a fault, that's when we are going to send information to the farmers. So meaning that one, instead of the Markov chain process, it will switch to the SASA. Then, in that case, the farmer will see the notification on the small phones. But if you're having a smartphone, we will develop the mobile application so you can see what is happening within your field. Okay, what is completed so far? I already told you we got authorized from the district. They gave us the people to work with, the agronomist and the specialized expert in irrigation. We even have the industry who are going to supply the equipment. We even have the image using the satellite. System simulation, we simulated the system to see, is it really going to work? What we are planning by applying those algorithms and so on. Then we also conducted a survey. We even provided a report, and we submitted the paper for the review. And I know we are from the academia, the publication, it's something people they want and so on, but our main target is not publication. It's to bring the people what do they really want. What is it system going to help? So we really want to improve the production than to publish more papers. We are also having a website. Whatever the data we are going to collect from the soil, it will be uploaded to the website. This is our own website we designed. What is the impact to the society? Of course, the food will be increased, the technology ecosystem, income generation, climate resilience, rural development, resource consumption. When I look at, when I talk about resource conservation, it's, in these days, when the farmers, they are going to do the cultivation or they do planting, they normally apply the fertilizer without knowing what is happening. They don't know even how much should I apply. So that one will help them. They will save that fertilizer they are applying, which is not needed. And also, even the effort they are using, it can also be on that case. So what is our next? It's whatever we developed, we are going to deploy it. And the remaining, it's a mobile application that's on way to remaining, because we got this one in a Feb, but we've been working with this one for a long time. This is a reference, thanks to, we are the partners, LIT, NSST, LIT is an institute of, Winchester Institute of Technology. We are having also Creative Computing Institute in England, and also University of Rwanda, Nyagatare district. They are even, apart from, I forgot to mention that they even introduce us to the, they call it investors. Those four, they are cultivating like 200 hectares. So they are willing to adapt our system. And also they also need other more IoT devices we will provide. After I told them, after we complete this one, they are going to have this, that one as well. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for Peace. Thank you for the great presentation, Peace. We have time for 2 questions from the audience.
Thank you, Ms. Peace. I would like if just you go back to the framework. Then I ask a question.
Can you just? It's off.
It's okay. Let me ask you my question, because I don't believe that you remember all what you have put in on your sliders. On the framework, would you tell us which type of sensor have you used on the land or soil moisture?
Yes.
Second, which model are you using, which you didn't show us there on the system framework for training your data, and what's the, as like, let me call it simple, as actuators, which you use to correct your data and try to filterize something, then goes to where should it be stored? Thank you.
Okay, should I answer that one?
Yes, please.
The sensors for the moisture, there are many, but for me, I'm talking about the tensometer, which will measure that. Because when we talk about, for us, we are not going to look on the moisture, because the rice does not look on the moisture, they look on the water level. When you fail to reach on the level of the water, there will be no tailing. So meaning we are going to use the tensometer. I know there are other, like Cropex, which combines different sensors, so like pH and other things, but we can use, we are hoping, I know the technology is developing, but tensometer, this one can do today. Then on the second one, okay. As I told you, we designed the algorithm using the Markov and the Sasha. So that one will be embedded. That is the model we are going to use. So which will be embedded in the computer. Then it will analyze the data and provide what is needed, the information which is needed.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your good presentation. I think that as I saw your presentation, it is in IoT device. Then who is responsible for the security of those IoT which is planted in the land? Then who will repair if there is any challenge or problems? You know that our citizens, they don't have those knowledge. Then who will be responsible for those ones?
Thank you so much. The security of the system is not an issue because we budgeted it, and under the URL there is a security company. We'll be hiring to to get the security of that field. On the part of the, who is going to do the maintenance of the system, we are working with Njenga Greens. They are expert on the irrigation, even though they are not a part of the IoT, but we are there. We will do that. But after that one, we are also planning to teach those farmers as well, so that at least they can gain the skills, how they can use a system, and how can do, and even how can do they do their own maintenance? Because we are not going to continue working on this one. We should be able to gain the knowledge how to use a system. And I forgot to tell you one thing. On these days, you know, there is a policy where they said that at least everywhere, if you're having a farm or whatever, you should cultivate the 70%, right? So meaning that if that is the case, we are not going to control everywhere, but we should teach them how to do it for themselves. I think that is the best way.
All right, we have time for a final brief question.
Okay, thank you very much. I would ask you, among your objectives, you stated that you would like to achieve the production of between 6 and 9 tons per hectare, I think. So what was the current production rate?
Today, as I mentioned before, it is 3.5. Yeah, but because of the other challenges they are facing, applying undead fertilizer, which causing the soil being acidic and so on, and other fertilizer, other soils, they are having alkalinity and so on. So they don't know how to control that environment. So if we can control that environment efficiently, so we will be able to improve. Not only that one, other like China who are importing the rice everywhere. They are the best producing country of the rice, and they are having 10 up to 12. Why not us?
Thank you so much, Dr. Peace. Please give her a round of applause. Okay, for the next set of oral presentation, we are going to shift the topic a little bit. Now we're going to talk about life and health sciences, but still keeping in the theme and discussing more or less how we use emerging technology in this field. Our first speaker here in this section is going to be Yves Didier Omwongeri-Mwiza from the University of Rwanda. Yves Didier is going to talk to us about examining the contribution of protein-rich foods on weight and weight management. Please welcome Yves Didier. Oh, he's on his way. Please welcome Yves Didier.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm pleased to be here and to talk about food and nutrition at this time. So my names are Didier Yves Omwongeri-Mwiza, and I'm an academic staff at the University of Rwanda in the School of Public Health. Mostly my work is in food and public health nutrition. So this humble work was done last year. It was about trying to understand the contribution of protein-rich foods in the weight loss management. So from the DHS data that are available that we have, we saw that women tend to have more weight increase. And our focus was not on only women, but we're happy that we had also some males who wanted to be part of the study. So to start with, I thought of giving you some comparison way of looking at things when we talk of a healthy plate. So I gave myself permission to extract some current information that is in current information, thank you, sorry. I gave myself some permission to take some information that is in the current Rwanda food-based diet guideline that is not out yet. And it is soon going to be out, maybe some final touches. That is more context-oriented plate of current. And we did it, of course, with the help of FAO and WHO and different partners. So if you look at the comparison, you see that there are some big differences because somebody, you may think of, for example, oil and fats not being advised for the Western diet. But in our context, we saw that probably we need a little bit of it based on the different trends, stunting and nutritional status of different age groups. So you see that also the other difference is based on the current situation of WASH, linking WASH to nutrition. So somebody may ask themselves, why do we have hand wash on a healthy plate? Because they are not related at all. But that was one of the recommendations because of what we have found in some studies and linkage between hand washing and nutrition outcome. So it was advised to have it as an outstanding information to the health plate in the Rwandan context. And the other difference is water and physical activity and so on and so forth. So there are some differences, but the beauty with it is that that is a much more context healthy plate that we want to use in our communities to be able to have a more healthy outcomes in our age groups in different contexts of Rwanda. Yes, so from the literature, we found that using high protein foods in the weight loss management can be effective in terms of helping people to lose weight. Of course, it varies from different groups of people based on their health conditions as well. So consuming more, advising people to have more protein-rich foods, help them to have what we call the feeling of fullness, which is called satiety. And that itself helps to reduce the food intake. Then in the end, you have less fat intake compared to what the body needs. And then people will tend to use the stored fats, and then that will lead to losing weight. This simple illustration show that the more protein you consume, and it's actually linked to what we found, you have more of increase of what we call diet-induced thermogenesis and amino acid levels as well, which is then, if it is linked to rest energy expenditure, and you get more of what we call free fat mass increase. And in that situation, then if you have more free fat mass, then you have less fats and the weight reduces automatically. But of course, it was done in a clinical setup, whereby there are many other conditions that are considered based on patients or clients' conditions as well. So that also, if it is linked to the increases in a person feeling that you are full, then there is a reduction in food intake, which in the end leads to what we call negative energy balance, meaning the energy you are taking is less compared to the energy that your body needs to use. And then your body will need to use the stored energy for meeting the metabolic rate needs, which then leads to the weight loss. Yep. So the other one of the reasons that we thought of doing this study, and we have used, of course, the secondary data that we produced at the clinic where 2 of our graduates were working for internship. We wanted to understand this in the Rwandan context, so trying to see whether if the same trends can be considered in the Rwandan context. So what we wanted also to see was to see if people can really stick on the 2 portions of protein foods per day, because that was the recommended portion. So that gave us also a view on how can people stick on that, because we knew from the literature that it is very difficult for clients to stick on a protein-rich foods for a longer period of time due to the increase of satiety. We had about 747 participants or clients who consented to be part of the venture. And we, of course, all of them came for different reasons, but one common reason was losing weight based on their different health conditions. And of course, we did not include those who had a BMI that is less than 25, and children of under 18 because of different reasons, kidney patients, because then you can't advise them to have a protein-rich food because then you would be compromising with the different things as well. Pregnant and lactating women were not part of the study also. So one of the things that they were encouraged to do was to, of course, consume more protein-rich foods. They were not forced to stop eating anything, but they were advised to consume more protein foods and also to have 2 portions, one for breakfast and one for lunch. It was more self-reporting, so there were sessions of what we called baseline cooking workshops, so showing them how to basically cook the food and how to use estimated ways, standard estimates, to calculate portions of food in relation to the grams of proteins. So we had sessions of that for each participant. Yep. So some of the foods that were used are the amaranths, so the grains, when they are grounded, the flour, and the next, can you? Oh yeah. So quinoa and granola as well. But for granola, we had a mixed flour of oat, cashew nuts, and sesame. But of course, they were advised to eat any of them if they find it on the market. Tofu is another protein-rich food that is available in our market. It was they were advised to consume. And but we did not stop there, but they were also given a room to choose by themselves. So some chose to eat eggs, meat, peas, milk. But for milk, of course, they were advised to consume low-fat milk, although we had some of them who self-reported to have consumed full-fat milk as well, whole milk. Now, so as I said, we had sessions of being able to estimate the portions of proteins and relative grams. So they were advised to say we're using what we call a diet plate. So they were advised to say if I've eaten such portion of meat, that would be equivalent to these grams of proteins. So it was a 2-week session that helped us to at least estimate, using standard estimates, to know what amount of proteins they have actually consumed. Yes, so all those clients who accepted to be part of the study, they were coming for different reasons. Some were because of obesity that they had. Some of them came because of some pre-diabetes conditions. Some came because of gastrointestinal diseases. But of course, all of them had one same goal of losing weight. Yep. So among those who accepted to be part of the study, 73% were women, and between 30% of them were between 30 and 35 age, and 41 and 45 age years. 65% were above 30 BMI and 25 were below, meaning going to overweight. Now, because it was a self-reporting session process, and some of them had the right to get out of the study or to say, you know what, I'm not able to consume the 2 portions per day, I will just take 1 because maybe I don't have time for that because of my schedule of work and different reasons. So we had about 38% who at least managed to consume 1 portion of protein food per day, and those who accepted and stake on 2 portions per day. Now, from the findings, we saw that both those who took 1 portion per day and those who took 2 portions per day, they had all of them positive effect in terms of losing weight. But those who managed to take it twice a day, they had a more higher chances of reducing their weight. Now, in terms of the kilograms of weight loss per month on average, we saw that about 18.1% of them have lost on average more than 5 kilos per month. And about 17.9% of them had lost 4 kilograms per month on average. Now, this is a sample way of showing how we did the measurements and the calculations, or the type of the measurements we did. We had to control, to look at the weight gain or loss, the muscle free fat mass, and fat percentage, waist circumferences, and visceral fats. But of course, for visceral fats, because it is an estimated, relative estimated amount, it is not an absolute. But we had to take it because literature says that is also linked to some cardiovascular issues. So this particular client, because they had 5 visits, some of them managed to have 5 visits on a consecutive month. Some of them escaped some visits, but of course we had a general outcome of the whole study. So for this one, the weight was reducing consecutively, but for the muscle percentages or free fat mass, there were some increases and some lows as well, based on different conditions. Sorry. 1 minute? Oh, yes. Now, what we saw is that, yes, both having 1 portion per day or 2 portions per day can help you losing weight, but 2 portions or more give you more chances of losing weight. And we also saw that those who took 1 portions, at some point they were regaining weight again and again losing weight, regaining weight and losing weight as well. And although we had, of course, a small sample, and it was a more pilot study, but we saw that the portions, or the 0.8 LI of grams per kilogram of a person, can be recommended to lose weight for a patient. Now, for recommendations, we would recommend to maybe do more extensive research, to have maybe more context approach of understanding the situation, maybe also looking at some innovative ways on studying on indigenous foods, because we saw that there are plenty indigenous foods, cereals, legumes that can help in this process as well, instead of just importing the foods to use in the exercise. Probiotic foods were also one of the recommendations we found, based on some of the other studies that we have done on probiotic foods. Thank you. We are thankful to the NCST, the faculty of the university, and of course the staff of the clinic where our graduates were doing the professional internship. Thank you very much, and your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Didier. We have time for 2 questions. We have 1 question, 1 more.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Hubert Kajeruka from Nirida. I have a question related to the assumptions that you might have taken. Because when it's about weight loss, there are so many things that might intervene, be it psychological, be it the physical activities. So did you check how their physical activities, were they in their normal mode, or you assume that there is no impact on those things? Because these days, I think like normal phones, Android phones that we have, we can even work on physical activity of someone and have some data related to it to control or to have more insight on what is going on. And I didn't also check very well on how critically different from one diet or 2 or 0, or how did you even choose the numbers of 1 gram per kilogram? I don't know. So I didn't see how you worked on those things. What kind of statistical method have you used to conclude that those numbers are really different from one diet to 2 diets and things like that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Now, so it's like 2 or 3 questions in one. Now, so what we did, we used the normal standard counseling charts, nutritional counseling charts. So of course, physical activity and so on and so forth was an integral part of the advice that they were given due to some negative effects that some would have had without physical activity as well. So we had a whole package of counseling for nutrition, diet and nutrition. But of course, what we did not force them. The difference with what we were used to do, we did not force them to stop eating anything. So we just wanted to look at the only thing we advised them was to measure the food they take based on after training them on how to measure and how to estimate. But also we advised them to at least make sure that they have taken a protein-rich food in their diet per day. Whether 2 portions or more, or 1 portions, they had to choose. So that's how we did it. And then we wanted to see the effect of proteins on weight loss, because from the literature, the more you consume protein-rich foods, the more it contributes to you feeling full than when you consume fatty or especially saturated fats foods. Now, on the other question on how did we, if I heard you well, how did we calculate, right, to know those who were maybe more of positive than others and so on and so forth? We used the modeling of trying to look at the simple descriptive statistics to see how many have continued consuming this and how many have continued consuming this one. And then from the cross-tab chi-square outcome, it helped us to know who had more influence on the outcome of weight losing and who had limited influence on the outcome of losing weight. So it was a very simple approach that we used for the analysis. So cross-tab, chi-square, and then regression, just to have a significant level of those who we can estimate that they have had much more outcome than others. I don't know if I've answered to that one. Yeah?
Yeah, thank you. You asked part of it. I just also wanted to know what was the limit of in taking that protein, because I know protein, you cannot take protein to a level you want. Why would you say that optimum would be 0.8, if I'm not wrong?
Yeah, the RLA is what we call recommended dietary allowance for each food components. So for protein, is varies between 0.8 and 1 grams per kilograms of the weight of the person. So that's
even for the obese?
Yeah, for everyone.
For everyone.
May I suggest that you continue this discussion over lunch, so that we can have another question that is a little bit different from that?
Thank you. Sorry, I think my question is a little bit related to that, but it's more of being a little bit skeptical on the data, because that was a little bit counterintuitive when you say like protein and fat, like I mean, in Kinyarwanda kurya inyama equals to gain weight. But on that, I was really trying to look like on the methodology, at least like what was the p-value, just to give us like the confidence of of that kind of conclusions.
Oh yes, I did not show the whole the whole. Yeah, it's of course in the draft manuscript that we are producing. Yeah, but each point, each value has its own significant levels, of course. And maybe if you can talk later, I can share you the whole draft, and then you just see how the significance levels were. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Didier, and thanks to all those that asked questions. We're going to move. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is going to be Prince Lukundo, also from the University of Rwanda. Prince is going to talk about AI-powered technology to detect lower respiratory infection diseases using machine learning and large language models interpretability. Welcome, Prince.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to receive me on this panel. I'm really honored to be around these great people. My name is Prince Rukundo. I'm also a teaching staff at University of Rwanda. And today, actually, I'm going to present on how AI can transform the medical image field and what can we gain out of it. So before I go for, actually, this model has been in work. We have an application where you upload an image, and in 1.2 seconds, it can detect if there is COVID or not. Not only COVID, but also pneumonia diseases, lower respiratory diseases such as asthma and so on. So those who will need to see the application can find me backside the stage, and then I can try to give more of how it works, basically. It's practical. Number two, this model has got a patent. We try to make sure that no one can come and steal it, though it is still public. It's a little bit protected. Thank you very much. So let me give a little background. So in 2019, the World Health Organization and the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation released a report indicating that in Rwanda, lower respiratory infection are ranked as second leading cause of death after neonatal conditions. So we have some references that indicate that the lower respiratory infection diseases was really the second leading cause of death. So another problem which actually we possess now, in Rwanda, there is a significant deficiency of the ability to detect and diagnose these diseases with only 12 qualified radiologists available. So that was in 2019. But I think now the number increased. But so far, I don't think they doubled to 30. So with this minimum number of radiologists, imagine if one day we have 5,000 people who are COVID positive, and those images need to be passed through those little number of radiologists. So it will be a big challenge. So that's why we have an image and say, why can't we bring AI and try to to assist us to detect this kind of diseases. So timely detection and diagnosis of the virus increase the prognostic probability of preventing its transmission of course, we can save life if we make sure we detect it on time. But so far, what we are using, it is something called, I think you know it, the PCR test, RT-PCR test. And there is a big problem about this one. So yes, PCR tests yield inaccurate results associated with some limitation. So there is a researcher who reported a limited sensitivity during the early stage of the disease. In other words, when you are contaminated with the COVID, like first or 2 days, the RT-PCR test won't be much more accurate as the person who has been having the disease for a long period of time. So PCR was not that much effective, but we still use it, I think, so this is the easiest one. Okay, so the other researchers, 5 and 6, you can see them in my reference, they mentioned that RT-PCR tests approach provide false positive rates higher than expected. In other words, if a person was having COVID and after treatment, there was some false positive saying that PCR test will say you are again tested positive, though you're not having it. Why? Because the history of your diseases still staying. So another drawback of this method is only recognize the viral RNA presence with anticipated that a patient who recovered from COVID may be detected as an infected one. So to address this deficit of qualified professional radiologists in Rwanda, so artificial intelligence detecting both COVID-19 and pneumonia is one of the best solutions that we found. So one of the objectives, very simple, like to collect public chest X-ray data set, that's the prior way to test your model. Now we create an effective AI tools with high precision, sensitivity, and accuracy. And one more thing which is very important, we integrated the ChatGPT bot. So this bot actually, it goes into after the model has detected COVID, we have some patches. And those patches are being mapped, and then we pass them through the chatbot. I think we know about ChatGPT. Most of the people use it. So we have something called LLMs, other large language model. So we try to develop a ChatGPT where, when the disease is detected, it can give you recommendation, like give me how far is this disease? What is the quick how can we make sure that this patient, what are the quick treatment, and it can give also some insight. But the GPT chatbot is under development, so we are testing it for future use. And finally was to develop a web-based application. This one is running, and as I said, I still have the application which is working. So we plan to make this as a model and make sure that we publish it. So based on our knowledge, it's the first time in bioinformatics. When I say this one, people are criticizing me. But if you take our model and you try to look around how many people have published same results, it is the first time actually the model has been introduced in bioinformatics world. So compared to the existing state-of-the-art techniques, our proposed approach uses fewer manual generated features, low-cost computational resources, and it takes just 1.2 seconds to make sure that the image is having COVID or does not have COVID. And finally, we made sure that we have that application which is that much accurate at 99.9%. So I will not go through this data flow diagram, because it's really very, for those who are not technical, I don't think so you'll add a lot, but I try to resume it in this diagram where I have like a data set of a chest X-ray image. I applied Clahe, and then the result is being pushed into the handcrafted extracted features. These extracted features, and then after the features have been well extracted using LBP, I pass them to machine learning. So we had like 7 different machine learning algorithms to see which one is effective, and then we pass the data. Finally, we can segment and, we can detect our diseases. So we add another part, which is this one in yellow. So the extracted features are passed through LLM model. But first of all, we extract the opacity and inflammation of the image to make sure that the LLM model can now have some recommendation that we trained from the extracted features. So this is the application. Actually, I try to provide the URL. So you can use this one, and then it's very simple. Just open up the application. It's pop up like this one. Then you go for browse files. You browse chest X-ray images, and in a second it detects if there is some patches of COVID or not. So it's free to use. Everyone can use it. But the point is, you have to make sure that these images are absolutely chest X-ray. So the validation for other images are really not good. But if you make sure the image is under chest X-ray, like you have chest X-ray images, in 1.2 seconds, you have the detection. So as a result, we train a proposed model on a standard public data set. So we had like a fourth data set, which are public standard. So as we scheduled them into 70% of training, 30% of testing. So and then we use these machine learning models. KNN and random forest, actually, they provide 99% of accuracy. So I try to, this is the result I got when I was training my model. And I think it makes sense, yeah. And these are also the curves, the ROC curve. You're proud to see that random forest actually are the one on the bottom here. It's almost 100%, so 99.9. So here we present the error accuracy bar. Also, random forest has almost the highest. Random forest and KNN, they prove to be the highest in terms of accuracy. So we also have produced these PR curves to see the trend between precision and recall. Still, as you see, we have random forest, which has the highest score. And finally, we have something called the confusion matrix. As you see, random forest has the false positive and the false negative for 0. So the accuracy were really interesting in terms of accuracy. So the impact of the society, how this model going to be impacted the society. So in early detection, reduced misdiagnosis, improve outcome, and reduce health care cost. So the model is free and people can access it that much free and simple. So in brief summary, we develop a proposed model. Impact on the health domain and policy is profound. It facilitates early identification of low respiratory infection diseases, mitigates diagnosis and the finance burden. This innovation improves also treatment efficacy, optimize resources utilization, and support epidemic surveillance. Furthermore, it trims the healthcare expense and refining diagnosis treatment protocol. So the conclusion, I will not take, it said all about what we said. I don't think it is very important to read all this stuff. So these are the references, and I'm really very thankful to the government of Rwanda, to the National Council of Science and Technology, and the university that I'm representing, University of Rwanda. Thank you very much to give me.
Thank you, Prince. Do we have any question for Prince? I see 2 hands up. Maybe we can take these 2 questions you answer, and since we have a little bit more time, we can take a few other questions after.
Thank you. I followed your presentation with very high interest. This is something myself I'm doing. And so I got a little bit lost somewhere. You said your model was trained on MediGPT, which is a pre-trained large language model. But when you got at the end, you started talking about things like KNN and random forest. So I don't really understand the connection between those two. First, because if you used a pre-trained model, you don't need it to, unless you did a fine tuning, you wouldn't need to use a random forest, because if you use a random forest, that would mean you would actually have to collect your own data. So how do you I mean, try to explain it to me, the discrepancies between those two. Because again, if you were to use the random forest for image that, I mean, that is not done these days anyway, you would have to deal with correcting your own data, doing a lot of feature engineering, and that would actually defeat the whole idea of using a pre-trained model. So what I was actually expecting would be maybe you did some sort of fine-tuning of the pre-trained model to maybe your own data set. So please, enlighten me.
Thank you very much. Let me answer this question because I cannot take two at the same time. Basically, there are two important things. So detection goes, as you say, like these machine learning models, they've been used in terms of classification. First of all, we take an image, we make some pre-processing, we apply some LBP's model to make sure we extract some features. Now, those extracted features are passed through machine learning to make sure they do one more thing, to classify it. There is COVID, there is no COVID. That's part one. Now, part two, the chatbot or GPT, this is completely different. This one will do in terms of recommendation. If someone wants to chat with image, let's say, for example, some extracted features are being mapped. And then the ChatGPT, for example, will be like, how far is this disease has affected your lung? Now, what we'll do, we'll extract those features, train. Of course, there is something called private GPT, I think we know it. So we have this private GPT that we try now to train on those features extracted from the image. Now we map them, and the language model will convert those information, from those features information, into a text, where you can say how far is this image has been affected. And then it goes into the image, see the patches, see those inflammations, and say there is like 4 stains. So this person, the chest has been affected this far. So this will be completely two different. It's like two model different. The one is for detection, another one is to convert the information into text. And then you say about the pre-trained model. Yes, we are thinking about it as well. But this one is an academic paper that we need to publish. A pre-trained model, it is really, most of the work has been done on it. So in terms of research, we develop a simple model which use fewer extracted features, which has a very small, in terms of the model construction, should be very small. And then we try also to combine some algorithm which has never been combined before to see if we can have our private, like our own model which has not been used before. But the pre-trained model does the work as well. As you know, we have a lot of pre-trained model which does this one. So that's not a problem yet.
Thank you so much for your presentation, very great interest. I was just curious to know whether you consider other image modalities and why you settle just on an X-rays, and if so, why not? Because other modality, for example, tend to provide more accurate images in particular for soft tissues, which would be probably the case in here. And then if you did not look at the literature review to kind of eliminate, I'd be interested to know your comment on that. And secondly, I saw you had 5,000, I think, images
yes,
in your
sir.
sum.
Yes, sir.
Were those were collected, or because I'll imagine when you achieve the 99% accuracy, it means you took a random new image outside and then you try it to your thought and then you get 99% accuracy? Is that what you...
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, the first question, basically, our model works better in chest X-ray images, but we know there are other modalities like CT images. But when we try to put on CT, the accuracy was not that much interesting. It was 95%. So we are trying to work on the model and see if other modalities, other image types can also be included. So I think we have to fine-tune the model to make sure that it accepts other type of images as well. And the second question, if I get you well, we get 5,015 image. These images were these are public dataset images. We got them from Cargo, and then the person who collected them, I think it took them from MIT. So it's public images, and we're interested to collect our own image and try to see if the model it's working perfectly. But so far, I'm working with RBC. they give him some part of the images, it still give this type of accuracy.
We're going to take one more question, if any. There is one question, all right?
Thank you so much, Prince. I have a question. As you presented in the introduction, you showed that PCR is not that sensitive as compared to the method that you have developed. And we know that PCR will go up to few copies of virus. So can you go back and clarify on the principle of your method, if really it goes to the detection of the virus, or it detects how the magnitude of the disease has gone?
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm not the one who say PCR is not effective. This is scientifically proved, and I give some references. So, being an IT person, I'm not into a medical field, but I'm pretty sure there are some references. I can give you the references which they made, we say, advanced research on PCR test, and they find this false positive as one of the problem. So you can come back in the stage and show you the references, and I'm pretty sure it's going to clear the image. Yeah.
Yeah, I know maybe PCR has limited sensitivity compared to other methods, but did you try at least to see the controls? Pick maybe 500, a certain sample size of PCR detected patients compared to the AI detected ones.
No, basically,
for comparativity, comparison purpose. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you know, we make something called reverse engineering. So we just compare. If someone has done the work, I don't see why I should go back again and redo it. In other words, it will be pretty easier for me to consider those top-class publications which has evidence and take their results not blindly, but I understand if there is some problem in that, the paper want to be having the citation and have that impact in the society. So the work has been done. So I was thinking it's better for me to consider what has been done and approved scientifically.
All right. Thank you, Prince, for the great presentation and for all that asked questions. Please give him a round of applause. Our last speaker before lunch is going to be Dr. Jean-Marie Ntaganda, also from the University of Rwanda. He's going to talk about mathematical models for predicting and monitoring the impact of COVID-19 in Rwanda. Welcome, Dr. Jean-Marie. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to present you the topic, mathematical models for monitoring and predicting the impact of COVID-19 in Rwanda. The outline, I start by the project background, the relevant and novelty of the study, objective, research methods, result and discussion, impact to the society, and by the conclusion. As we know, COVID-19 has been detected at the end of 2019 in Wuhan and has been declared as a global pandemic by the World Health Organization in March 2020, and it has been confirmed in Rwanda in March, the same month. After that, in May, National for Science and Technology launched the the research, the core under the grant scheme, special collaborative research grant to address COVID-19 pandemic. After this call, the researchers has initiated the research project to respond to this call. The grant has been awarded. The research project has started in January 2021, and the research project has been conducted and completed in June this year, hosted by CST, University of Rwanda. The relevance, COVID-19 has been taken caused by the new coronavirus, where the quick transmission from human to human by respiratory droplets from the sneezing, coughing, and aerosols, where the symptomatic and asymptomatic people being the major source of transmission. The COVID-19 has affected many countries in the world with the emergency case, but at this time, no availability of pharmaceutical intervention, such as the vaccination and the drug. The scientists has really focusing on the disease to found the mathematical model in order to see if it can really prevent the disease or control it. But some were focusing on the modeling of COVID-19 in the developed countries, particularly in China, where the COVID started. In the Africa and the other countries, with the lower income countries, it was the problem. That is why it was very important It was very important to found the innovative contribution, particularly in Rwanda, by developing mathematical models which can capture the dynamics of COVID-19 in Rwanda, specific epidemiological characteristics of COVID-19 in Rwanda, specific control measures put in place by the government of Rwanda to fight and to control it. The mathematical model developed must give the insight into the effectiveness of the control strategy, and the mathematical developed connected to an existing database in order to design the dashboard which can predict and forecast the disease burden on the country, eventual health care, saturation, infrastructures, facilities, and other basic policy insight. The goal of this research project, there is the main goal, which is to found the mathematical model or develop the mathematical model which can capture the dynamics of COVID-19 in Rwanda, and we can predict and monitor these diseases. The specific, they are 5. Therefore, they are focusing on the development of the mathematical model, which are respectively deterministic, stochastic, statistics, and graph-based network mathematical model. The last one is to connect the developed mathematical model to the existing database in order to provide the dashboard for the quick action and the health care inside or by the authorities. The research method, the Rwandan population has been divided into different compartments or the cluster, and 2 cases has been taken. Population has been assumed as closed, means that we take the confinement and or the lockdown We have taken also the population where the lockdown, after the lockdown, can move easily, and the borders, they are open. Kigali City has been taken as a node, and the other districts, such that we have 28 nodes. The data has been corrected in Rwanda by using the record of the RBC and the data from the Rwanda Meteorological Agency, where we have calculated the cumulative for the deterministic model and the maximum, weekly maximum for the statistic model. We have also taken the data from the active database from a website. The literature review, the literature and the estimated has been also used, particularly using the MATLAB. The mathematical model, the first one which has been developed, is deterministic mathematical model, where we see the 10 compartments connected by the transfer rate. Sometimes we call them the entry. The mathematical model to be formulated, we consider the general case. When we consider, for example, the mass M or the amount M, where we have the source and we have the sink. The source allows the increase of this amount, but the sink allows the decrease of this amount. We can formulate the ordinary differential equation of the form 1, where we add the source and we remove the sink. In this case, taking into consideration we have the 10 compartment, we can form the 10 equations, which are ordinary differential equations. We have tested this mathematical model, and we have seen when we take the secondary infectious case, they are generated by the infected compartment, which are infectious but not documented, infectious hospitalized, and infected but at home care base. We have seen also from the analysis the number of the recovery but treated at the hospital, they are recovered at 99.5%. When they are at home, they are recovered at 93.21% and 94.74% of undocumented infected people die from the COVID. We have seen also 10% of infected Rwandan population were being vaccinated diarrhea, and from the quarantine, 347 people entered in this compartment and 66 entered in the susceptible group. We gone very far. We have really taken the reported and the model to make the comparison. We have seen the reported by the RBC always and the mathematical model. There is no big difference. Means that our mathematical model is very good. That is why we have used it to test the impact of control measures. We have taken the percentages of control measures, and we have seen the increase of the percentages of control measures along with the decrease of number of infection, infection but not documented, and the others. The second mathematical model developed is stochastic mathematical model. We have taken the 10 compartment and we have added 2 compartments, which are the to form what we call the ICU, intensive care unit. From there we have 12 compartments, and we have to transform the ordinary differential equation, which are the model of deterministic, into the stochastic differential equations. That is done by taking this equation and adding the product of the Brownian motion and the diffusion coefficient. In total, we will have 12 stochastic differential equations, and we have analyzed this equation and see when we represent or we plot the trend of the variation of parameters, we see the wave at the starting and we see the stabilization at the end. The stabilization, they were from the mutation of COVID-19, but the stabilization, they are from the application of control measures. We developed also, we have tested also the vaccination, where we have seen by increasing the rate of vaccination, the number of infected, they are decreasing, and the number of quarantine, they are decreasing also when we increase the rate of quarantine. We tested also the ICU, and we have seen decreasing the number of people who enter in this compartment, the number of deaths, they are decreasing. We have tested also, we have developed the statistical mathematical model by taking the variables, the rainfall, the temperature, and solar radiation. This one, it has been done by using the model generalized extreme value combined with the vectorial generalized additive model, where we have seen this distribution requires to take the location as a parameter, the scale as a parameter, and the shape as a parameter. We have seen from the study the shape of the parameter, which is the location, it is constant, but the scale, it is no linear, and the shape, it is linear. Means that when we take the factors of the wave can influence the COVID-19, and the case of the temperature and the solar radiation, there is no effect. Means that by increasing the temperature and the solar radiation, there is no increase of COVID-19. We developed also the network mathematical model, and we have seen this mathematical model allow to connect Kigali and the other district. And we have seen in this case, when we take Kigali, the probability of to be infected, it is very high than other district. The Bugesera, Kamonyi, Rulindo, and Rwamagana district, the infection, to be infected, it was very small than others. But when we take, for example, Rusizi and the others, there is no connection with Kigali, and the probability to be infected, it is zero. Another result, it is the dashboard developed where we enter the parameter and we have the output, which are the calibration, solution, or prediction. And another result we have, there is 2 papers from this research project published, and the 3 papers which are submitted, and the process of publication, it is going on. The impact to the society, first of all, there is the dashboard developed. Another, there is a collaboration with our colleagues from different nationality. There is the training which has been done for the researchers and the junior staff. There is also the equipment which we have procured, and they are used for the benefit of the student. We know the case of Bicorabite of NSST, where there is the 5 talk organized at RBA, and we know its impact to the society, and there is a free conference attended, free posters presented in the 7th annual NSST council meeting, 1 seminar at the school level, 1 public lecture at the school level, and 1 validation workshop. to conclude, we have developed 4 mathematical models. We use the data from RBC, the Rwanda Meteorological Agency, others from the website, the literature, and estimated. We have the 3 important control measures in Rwanda: quarantine, vaccination, and the home-based care. We know the dashboard developed can be used as a useful tool for predicting the COVID-19 or other infectious disease. And the result we have, they are in agreement with the real data. We have the list of references, and we acknowledge now the founder, which is the government of Rwanda through NSST. You are to host this project, the RBC and the Rwanda Meteorological Agency to give the data, and my colleagues, researchers, 19 from URA, the 4 from the national or for other institution, the regional 2, and 1 international collaborator. I thank everyone for his or her attention.
Thank you so much, Jean-Marie. Maybe because we went a little bit over time, could we have take 1 question for Jean-Marie? Any question from the room? Okay, I do have 1 question. I have multiple questions, but I will ask only 1. So when you presented your deterministic model, I might have missed it, but did you use for the parameters, especially like the transmission parameters, the rate of infection and so on, did you use constant values or did you use time-dependent values? Because if I recall correctly, your time of study is from the beginning of COVID to 2022. So that's about 2.5 years. And if you use constant values, then it means we are averaging over that whole period. But we know the rate of infection and all those parameters were highly changing during that period. So could you maybe tell us a little bit more about that part?
Okay, thank you for your question. The mathematical model, which is deterministic, it is ordinary differential equation. It is a dynamic mathematical model. It is dependent on the time. When we value the time, we can now find the result or the output. For the parameters, we cannot enter the parameters dependent on the time. In this case, the mathematical model developed, it is what we call the autonomous. It is independent on the time in the second member. Means that we cannot really focusing on the time, but we can vary the time in order to find the solution. There is no problem. The parameters we enter and we can estimate. They are numbers sometimes. They are numbers. But we can estimate. We can use the data to estimate them, but they are independent on the time.
Thank you so much for the clarification. So if there is no further question, there is one more question from Prof. Let me give you a mic. I'm hoping it's a brief one.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation and very nice research work. But I have a question. Actually, whenever you consider epidemic dynamics, when you speak of control, it's usually predictive control. So that means looking forward, because what happens has happened and you don't want something to happen next and you have to react ahead of time. What type of control are you considering, particularly with the consideration of SDEs?
Thank you very much for your question. Mathematically, the control, it is another issue. It is not in the objective of our research project, but this one can be done. In this case, we define what we call the objective function, and we enter the control, we estimate the parameters. In this case, and we have the input and the output. It was not in our objective, but this one can be done in the future in order to find the way to control the disease. It is possible.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Jean-Marie Ntaganda. Please give him a big round of applause. Next, we're going to go for lunch. Lunch is being served in the tents. It is just going through this door on the side. You will sit outside after crossing the coffee break area. So thank you for so much for your attention this morning. I believe this is the end of my discussion with you. It was an honor to be your MC and the moderator for this morning's session. And bon appetit to everyone.
Room. Panel discussion by Kano Ngabo Francis, CEO of Rwanda Space Agency, Mr. Arenda Ishimie, who is the AI and Machine Learning at the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution in Rwanda, Dr. Florence Uwamahoro, who is the Deputy DG at RAB, and also Mr. Rukundo Jean-Pierre, who is the CEO at Beno Holdings. We had 5 presentations. The first one was by Prof. Alfred Bizoza, Dr. Peace Bamurigire, the second one. The third was by Dr. Yves Didier Umungeri Mwiza. The fourth was by Mr. Prince Rukundo. And the fifth one was by Prof. Jean-Marie Ntaganda. So we had a very good morning session, and that could not be possible without the good job done by the moderator, who was Miss Eva Liliane Ugeneza, and of course everyone who made this session interactive. So I'm requesting all of us to give a big round of applause to everyone. For making the morning session very successful. So this afternoon, of course, our executive secretary and the NCSC council members have another function that they are going to attend to. So we are going to have 6 presentations this afternoon. The first one would be by Julien Nyombaire, the second one by Andrenda Gijimana, the third one by on the conducting HIV vaccine trials in Rwanda, and 18 years experience. Please welcome, Doctor.
Thank you very much, moderator. So I'm going to have a brief 10-15 minute presentation, And we're going to move away from AI and all the chat GPT and Internet of Things for this presentation. I'm going to give you a break. So the presentation is about presenting the experience of Rwanda as a country through the Center for Family Health Research, the journey that we took into the search for an HIV vaccine. This is a brief outline of the presentation. So as we all know, for the last 2-3 years, our focus have been on COVID because it was a pandemic, but nonetheless, we still have other major public health issues, HIV/AIDS being one of them. The most current estimates from the UNAIDS from last year were showing that up to 85 million individuals have been infected by the virus since the beginning of the pandemic in the early 80s, of the epidemic, sorry. So, and close to 1/2 of those who have been infected by the virus have perished from it. Last year alone, more than 1 million new infections occurred, of which the vast majority are occurring in the have occurred in the African continent. And this is still, the new infections are still occurring despite the progress that we've made in finding several preventive measures, whether it's biomedical prevention, ART-based, or other strategies. As with the other infectious diseases, the most promising tool to end the epidemic is a safe and efficacious vaccine against the virus. And the country, as I said in the introduction, through the Center for Family Health Research, have collaborated with the various institutions into the quest for a safe vaccine for the last 20 years. So in our research for HIV vaccine, we collaborated with the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative, which is a non-for-profit organization, research organization based in the United States, to build the capacity and conduct clinical trials in the country. And this collaboration was initiated in the year 2003. The very first preparatory activities was to provide training to different staff involved in our institution into clinical research, in providing training in good clinical practices in human subject protection. Since it was the very beginning of our interaction with clinical research, we had to set our clinical trial pharmacy to international standards to build cold chain from -20 to -80 freezing capacity for different investigational product storage, to set up and validate temperature monitoring system. As you're all familiar, for those who are in the clinical research fields, vaccines and biologics storage require very stringent temperature for storage, as well as setting up and validating power backup systems. We also had to set from scratch a lab that has capacity to conduct clinical research, and we were involved in building quality assurance processes, setting up, writing up SOPs for procedures that didn't have them. We enrolled our lab in the external quality assurance program. We embarked into a very ambitious program of getting our lab accredited for good clinical and laboratory practices, as well as providing GCLP training for our lab technicians. This is a template of good clinical practices certification for our lab that we've been acquiring on a yearly basis from the year 2003. We have set an immunology lab that has the capacity to perform cellular and humoral immunology assays, mainly intracellular cytokine staining, using flow cytometry, ELISpot, as well as ELISA. We have built capacity for peripheral blood mononuclear cells isolation, as well as cryopreservation procedures on site. We had to set up our molecular biology lab that has capacity to conduct PCR and now, most recently, viral sequencing capacity with full-length genome sequencing. We have set biorepository capacities for at different temperatures, both for biological specimens as well as cells in liquid nitrogen, for which we can now produce on site. And we also enrolled in an external equipment maintenance as well as calibration scheme. I would like also to highlight a study that was conducted for, we realized at the initiation of clinical research at our site that most of the laboratory reference ranges that were being used, both for hematology or chemistry, were based on reference ranges from Western countries, which we were getting in inserts, package insert for different test kits. So we all know that for different reasons, being geographic diversity or genetic diversity, lab reference ranges, both in hematology and chemistry or baseline immune factors, can differ in African continent. So we had to conduct a baseline study to see what was the status in the African context. This was a multi-center study that was conducted in Rwanda, Zambia, Kenya, Uganda, as well as South Africa, really to assess what are the normal values of individuals living in these settings, so that those values could be used in screening and assessment of adverse events in clinical trials. These are just some images of the current lab facility, our immunology lab, as well as flow cytometry. And at the bottom right, we have our ultra-low -80 freezing biorepository room that has the capacity to store up to close to 1 million vials of both serum, mucosal samples, cervicovaginal fluids, as well as oral and nasopharyngeal fluids. And this is our liquid nitrogen producing capacity where we store the cells. So the clinical trial protocols were all approved by the Rwanda National Ethics Committee, as well as regulatory authorities as applicable. As we all know, for the last 4 years now, we have the Rwanda Food and Drug Authority that is acting as a national regulatory authorities for clinical trial. So from the inception of Rwanda FDA, we are also getting approval not only from RNEC, but also from Rwanda FDA. Our recruitment strategy in different clinical trials involved collaboration with government health centers located close to our research site for referral of potential participants. And different participants enrolled in clinical trials received regular HIV reduction counseling so that they can protect themselves from infection during participation in clinical trials. And female participants in all clinical trials are required to prevent pregnancies because we do not know the effect of these investigational products in an unborn child. So it's mandatory for them to use an effective contraceptive method. So we made sure that all female participants were of reproductive age were using an effective contraceptive methods. So from the time we initiated collaboration with the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative for the conduct of clinical trials, this was back in 2003. In 2005, 2 years later, we conducted 9 phase 1 to 2 HIV vaccine trials under GCP compliant conditions. The 9 clinical trials enrolled a total of 318 study participants with roughly an equal distribution of male and female study participants. We had different type of candidate vaccines that were evaluated, and those include DNA plasmids, recombinant non-replicating adenoviral, as well as MVA vectors, mosaic HIV vaccines, recombinant replication competent sendai vector vaccines, as well as mRNA vaccine. This is a clinical trial that we recently completed, and this was the very first HIV vaccine candidate that is mRNA based that was conducted on the African continent. So CFHR was one of the sites together with another site in South Africa. We are currently in the data analysis phase, and the results will be published probably in the first quarter of next year. So these different candidate vaccines involve different route of administration. The vast majority were administered through intramuscular route, but as science is evolving, we've been exploring novel route of administration. We also had some candidate vaccine that were administered intranasally, mainly to assess if this route of administration could lead to effective, expression of protecting antibodies at the mucosal surfaces. Broadly neutralizing antibodies are mostly administered through infusion routes, IV infusion. The DNA vaccines involved electroporation. And assessment of immune responses involved several specimen sampling techniques, mainly PBMC isolation, but also assessment of binding antibody responses from serum and plasma, and mucosal secretions, both nasal, cervical-vaginal, as well as rectal. The mRNA candidate vaccine trial that we just completed also, since it's a broadly neutralizing antibodies activated at the germinal centers level, we also collected ultrasound-guided lymph node aspirates. And we are also in the process of building capacity for leukapheresis in collaboration with the Blood Transfusion Center from RBC. So overall, the candidate vaccines that were assessed proved to be safe and immunogenic. We didn't have any serious adverse events that were related to the candidate vaccines observed in these clinical trials. Adherence and compliance to study procedures was consistently excellent across trials, with 100% of all participants enrolled completing follow-up visits as per the approved protocols. As I mentioned earlier in the methodology section, we also aim at preventing new infections as well as pregnancies among study participants who received this candidate vaccine. So we've never had any pregnancy or HIV infection among study participants during active follow-up. So this is a summary of the 9 HIV vaccine clinical trials that we conducted, the different candidate vaccine that were assessed in different regimens, the different phases of clinical development, mostly early stage of development, phase 1 or phase 2A. Most of them were in collaboration with the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative, but we also collaborated with biopharmaceutical companies with 4 clinical trials, 3 clinical trials in collaboration with Janssen Pharmaceuticals, which is part of the J&J corporation. And currently we have 2 of these clinical trials that are ongoing. One will be completed in 2 months. And the other one, the mRNA-based HIV vaccine, that was completed in the 2nd quarter of this year. So what we learned during this journey of close to 2 decades of HIV vaccine research journey is that, first of all, it was possible to conduct high standard HIV vaccine clinical trial in Rwanda, due mainly to 2 reasons. We have a very conducive in-country regulatory research environment and policy, which provides one of the very fast turnaround time from initial submission to ethics and Rwanda FDA, from initial submission to approval to initiate trial activities compared to other countries in the region. And recruitment, excellent recruitment and retention capacity across the clinical trials has made Rwanda as a very good, very conducive environment for the conduct of clinical trials. So the center has managed to execute clinical trials, HIV vaccine trials, according to international standards and in compliance to approved clinical trial protocols. And although we do not have, or we're not close to have an HIV vaccine in the next few years, the information that were gathered from these clinical trials have provided critical input that moved the global HIV vaccine development area forward. So over the years, we've built a strong community engagement systems that allow a very fast recruitment into clinical trials. As I mentioned, one critical asset within countries is that we have one of the fastest turnaround time for protocol approvals by both ethic and regulatory authority. We have the ability to recruit both male and female participants in clinical trial, and the excellent retention in clinical trial, including during the long-term follow-up of those trials, places us in an excellent position to conduct more of this clinical trial, and as well as the clinical and lab capacity to sample and process, immunology samples, including some difficult or uncommon, sampling techniques and samples, including mucosal, fine needle aspirates, which provides us with a strong opportunity to attract more trials and expand to other infectious diseases area other than HIV. So this presentation was providing a broad overview of the trials that we conducted. By here, I've included a list of references that discuss each trial individually. So for those who are interested, we can have a look at these publications that provide data on safety and immunogenicity of these vaccine candidates on an individual level. So all the work that I presented here was made possible through the team of scientists at our institution, also at Emory University, with which we collaborate. The trial sponsors, which are the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative, as well as Janssen, and our national regulatory bodies. And last but not least, the study participants who are making these clinical trials possible. I thank you for your attention, and I'm pleased to take any questions. Thank you.
Please, another big round of applause to Julien for I think, a very good presentation, and also for respecting the time allocated to him. So while he's still there, we want to have maybe two we can interact with the audience. So please, 2 questions. The first one. Yes.
When I say international, maybe WHO, how are you working with them? As the current step or the current status, where are you in terms maybe at the institutional level to register this kind of output of research? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Louis. So, since we are a research institution based in Rwanda, we abide to the national research regulatory framework, which involves submission of clinical trial protocols to RNEC as well as RFDA. Of course, those 2 bodies also rely on on expertise from other institutions that are working abroad. And also one good advantage that I should mention is that almost all these clinical trials are multi-centered. So when we submit a protocol, usually there's one or two other sites based at other in other countries within the African continent or in the Western countries that have already reviewed the protocol and provide feedback to research sites that are based in other countries but implementing the same clinical trial. So it also provides some guarantees to our national regulators, and they are also based their decision on those feedback. So in terms of I think the second question was about how we disseminate results from this, coming from this clinical trial. The second question was about how we disseminate findings coming from this clinical trial.
Yeah, it's the dissemination as well as yes, you have been doing this trial for more than 18 years.
Yes.
What are you planning for next in terms of dissemination, in terms of even being approved at a certain level of international level?
Yeah, so first of all, we are very far to have an HIV vaccine in the field that is licensed to use in the general public. So what we do for dissemination, at least of this finding, since finding from one trial usually warrants further trials to be conducted. As you've seen, it's been 18 years. We've had several failures along the way. Currently, the approach is to move to candidate vaccines that are generating broadly neutralizing antibodies that can neutralize most of the viral strains that are circulating in the general population. So we usually do publications of each individual trial, but not on a large scale, because we do not organize events such as this gathering, because we do believe that we still have a long way to go. And yeah, so at least scientific publications, providing insight on where the field is at currently in terms of reaching the goal of having an HIV vaccine in the field. Yeah.
Okay. So have you had another question there?
Thanks, Dr. Julien, for a nice presentation. My question is a bit academic. I've seen that there is a lot of publication that you have done about this research. How these process have promoted Rwandan scientists in terms of raising them as first authors in these big clinical trials and improving their recognition as science contributors. Thanks.
Yeah, this is a good question. We are moving from a perspective or a thinking that we are only used as research site to provide output that is being used by either these big pharma companies or that are based abroad. So we are actively contributing to publishing this data, also in collaboration with those sponsors, because they have the intellectual properties and ownership of these clinical trial protocols. But since we are investigators and actively contributing to the output, we are part of the authors, sometimes first, sometimes second, but at least investigators from the research site where these clinical trials are being conducted should be part of the publications.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much, Julie. I also wanted to ask a very short question, kind of similar to the second one.
Yes.
Can you please comment on the local capacity? I mean, in terms of human resource, but also so research capacity, but also in terms of research infrastructure to conduct clinical trials in general, but also maybe specifically regarding HIV vaccine trials. Yeah, and also on the publications, were all these coming from the same project on HIV vaccine trials? Thank you.
Yeah, starting with the second question, the list of publications is for each and individual clinical trial. So it's just a short list. Often one clinical trial, one single study can generate 3 to 4 papers, one discussing the clinical findings, the other one discussing recruitment, and the other one the immunogenicity results. So this was just the list of key papers that are providing the major outputs from each and every clinical trial. So to the first question about capacity, as you've seen in the presentation, from the time we started embarking in the clinical research journey in 2003, it took us almost 2 years to set the site to, a site that is implementing clinical research to international levels. And as the very initial point was training of staff in good clinical practices and human subject protection. So GCP is the standard for good for conduct of clinical trials. We often, and this is a requirement not only initially, but we do retrain on a yearly basis all of our staff so that they kept up to date to standards in the conduct of clinical research. But we also have the component of cold chain, which is a major aspect. There's also this, we often have requests for for other partners to identify new sites. Often when they come for site selection, there's a misunderstanding from colleagues in country that you need to have big infrastructure, huge buildings, several offices, human resource people with so many academic degrees and PhD levels. But I can tell you at our site, we do not have a single scientist with a PhD level. It's about implementing international standards, having a quality assurance process in place, having SOPs, having being enrolled in an external quality assurance program, having clear quality assurance and steps in the way you manage your investigational products, your vaccines, your samples. So that's the basic criteria and items that you have to put in place to build your sites to an international level kind of clinical research infrastructure.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Julien.
Thank you.
Yes. Let's thank him once again. So the second presentation is by Mr. André Ndagijimana from National Development Agency, NIRIDA, and he's going to present on in vitro and in vitro effect of tetrapest on Phytora infestans. So a new effective biological method in potato rate blight control. No, I think it's correct. So please help me to welcome Mr. André Ndagijimana.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for accepting my paper. I'm going to present these findings. It's a research conducted by researchers from NIRDA and researchers from Sopirwa, Horizon Sopirwa, It's about testing biopesticide on Phytophthora infestans, which is a new effective biological method in potato late blight control. This is my presentation outline, where I'm going to present a background of the project. The second will be relevant and innovative of the study. The third one will be objectives. Fourth, results and discussion. Fifth will be impact to the society. And lastly, will conclude the presentation. As a project background, as you know, in Rwanda, as elsewhere in the region, most of crops and cash crops suffer from pathogenic disease, most of which are caused by the fungi that cause serious quantitative and qualitative damages. Among those fungus, late blight caused by Phytophthora infestans is one of the aggressive pathogens that seriously damages Irish potato, tomato, as well as other nightshades. Example as eggplants, chili pepper, bell pepper, and so on. The use of broad spectrum hazardous agrochemicals for pest, disease, and weed control has adverse impact on human health and the environment. That's why the present project was initiated by NIRDA. Partnership with Horizon Sopirwa was developed, was tentatively to develop by a biopesticide with a given name tetrapest, developed from local plants, namely Tetradenia riparia and the various essential oils to be used to control late blight disease. This study has relevance and innovatives, including the product is a natural pesticide, which is developed from, as I said, the local herbal plants. It has environmental, it will be environmental friendly, as is developed from natural. It will not consist of damaging environment or causing other health conditions. As our first trials, the product have proven to be effective pest control to treat to control late blight disease, which is a major threat to the potato and the other nightshades crops in Rwanda. Also, the product is cost effective, as the raw materials to be used for the development of that product are locally available in Rwanda, and their cost will be effective. The aim of this study, the main aim of this study was to develop and to conduct trials of tetrapest on potato late blight and the other pests, nightshade crops. But this study consists of testing on only potatoes. The other aim of this study is to create an opportunity for scientific progress by characterizing and purifying active fraction molecules of Tetrabenia liparia with biopesticide effects. This plant is locally known as umuravumba. Then we want to study, to analyze the chemical compound which may have this property on biopesticide or on biopesticide. By methodology we use to achieve these objectives. This objective will firstly conduct systematic review of recent publication on plants with biopesticide properties and the natural biopesticide. Here we conduct the review, a literature review, to understand if there are other plants which can have these kind of properties on biopesticide. Then after selecting, we had, as we see it in our results, there are a list of those available plants in Rwanda which can be used or which have been used in traditional culture to control pests, either in post-harvesting or in vivo. So here, after selecting this plant, we extract the powder of Tetrabenia leaves using this solvent and hexane and the chloroform and T-acetate. So the T-acetate fraction was evaporated in a vacuum to give a residue concentrated, considered as higher biological active of the plant. That's why that fraction we used for formulation of our final product. Then in addition, we use this FC extractor machine existing at Sopirwa to extract Tetradenia liparia fraction. So this is a plant. Then, as I said, those are some fractions we used by different solvent, as I said. Then there is our last product we used for testing. Oh, it's not moving. So this is a machine I talked about as the FC extractor machine, which is used to purify or to extract the extract in different plants. So another objective was to apply scientific-based solution for biological evaluation of Tetradenia against the late blight disease. Here we used the in vitro evaluation, and then we used at lastly we used the 3D evaluation to see the effect of the product on the late blight disease. So as so those are the photos taken during our test evaluation on field for this product. There's conducted at Musanze and the Nyabihu district. Another objective for this study was to sensibilize or mobilize potato growers on using our product. So as a result, as I said, we conducting this desk review to see different plants with property on biopesticide. As biopesticide, those are some of plants we identified having those kind of activities. Those are some chemical compound that we reviewed to contain those plants. So we still need to conduct quantitative and qualitative analysis of chemicals compound with responsible biological activity in those identified plants. So those are kind of in vivo results and testing observed using these products tetrapest. So as a result for 3D evaluation of the compound, the tetrapest, the study was conducted in 2 phases where we evaluated the effect of the product on disease growth. Then we come up with showing that in phase 1, the phase 1 was conducted in dry season where the disease was not well showing. Then, but in the rainy season, we noticed the high effect of the product on the rate blight disease. So, as I said, here in phase 1, in phase 2, in the rainy season is where we notice the significant reduction of the disease with p-value less than 5%. While in the dry season, the p-value was 0.3%, 0.3. So there is discussion, the effect evaluation of tetrapest against potato blight disease was accessed across 2 agriculture seasons, where in the dry season, as I said, the speed of disease was moderately reduced across the plant growth in each treated by high dose or low dose. Then and the difference. In the rainy season, however, the speed of disease was reduced considerably. So the planting material used were early. Also, this study, we used the planting material generated by seed from greenhouse, where we can see those seeds higher resistance on disease, where we still need to confirm this study at large scale and using different varieties of the planting material. So after this, we wanted to notice the impact to the society. Our innovation is, as you can see, has the potential to make a significant impact on the life of millions of people in Rwanda. Here we conducted a willingness to pay and the acceptance quality by asking the potato growers to compare this innovation to the existing product used, and among this percentage was saying that it has a high quality at a level of 58%. So as the willingness to pay, also the potato growers was willing to pay this product at this price, as you can see. So to conclude, our innovation has been prototyped and piloted at the Horizon Sopirwa. The test for its efficacy on control rate blight disease affecting Irish potato has been conducted. So also we conduct a willingness to pay survey to determine the level of acceptability to the potato growers as our future market. So those are kind of reference we used to conduct this research. Lastly, I would like to thank our institution, NIRDA, and the Horizon Sopirwa for financial support. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Andre. I have a very simple and direct question. And the title, can you go back to the title? It's written in vitro and in vitro effect. So what is the meaning of in vitro and in vitro? Why just not
and in
vitro effect?
In vivo. And
in vivo. Ah, okay.
In vivo is on the field.
Okay.
But in vitro was carried out in the laboratory.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's on the field and in the laboratory.
Yes.
Yeah. Someone with a question for Andre? Please, I need at least 2 questions for each presenter, because we need to give him the opportunity to interact with the audience. Is the subject too difficult for everyone, or is are you scared of in vivo? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Nsanzumukiza Martin. I'm representing the UNILAG. During the presentation, he says that during the rainy seasons, the rate of disease increased. But during the dry seasons, the rate of disease was just at the low level. I would like to ask him the fact behind the low level, the higher level of the disease during during the dry seasons. Thank you.
So the reason behind the increasing of the disease during the rain season is because of the humidity. When there is a higher humidity, the multiplication of disease increased. But in the dry season, there is a low humidity, then the disease do not increase for this late blight. So it is because of the humidity. If it's high, the disease increased. Even if you ask the potato growers, they told you that in the rainy season they use much this pesticide to control the disease.
Okay, thank you. We have another question here.
Thank you for this presentation. I suspect that the Irish people would have loved to have access to this solution when they suffered with the potato blight. What I wonder is, with climate change and the rainy season, the dry season patterns that are changing, I wonder if you have any insight how this can be used so that it can be efficient.
Yeah, during my presentation, I said that the spread of disease during rainy season is higher than in a dry season. And when we tested our product, firstly we tested in a dry season, and we didn't much see much significant difference, because, and we tried to see what's happened. Is it that the disease does not appear, or the efficacy of our product? Then we also repeat the study during the rainy season. It is that why we see in control plots, they had been the disease increased, but for the treated control, the disease was the product had the effect on the disease. So can say that the product can be used as well in can be used in the dry season as well in the rainy season, as we concluded in our studies.
Yes. So now we are having many questions in the end.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is like an additional comment from the previous. Have you tested the product as a unique product, or have you tested as integrated pest management? Because maybe you have applied for. You have applied that product while you have also used maybe chemicals on those potatoes. Because we want to understand the efficacy of these biological products as unique, not used as integrated pest management, to know how the efficiency of these products alone.
So this is a very direct question. The answer should be very
so
straight.
we tested the product alone, but we compared with references as the TAN. And the control, we had three plots, as I can say, different plots in the triplicates, where the product has tested alone, other plots, the TAN, and other plots without any pests. So we come up with saying that the product is a bit similar to the existing DTAN, but with a bit higher efficacy. We wanted to compare our product to the DTAN, which is usually used in the local producers of potato. I think I answered the question.
Okay. Maybe the last one. I hope it's very short.
Thanks so much. I am Tassier Hajinman from the Center of Excellence in Biodiversity and Resource Management under the University of Rwanda. My question is related to what she asked. So I want to know the effectiveness and efficiency of the pesticide you produced. Otherwise, some pesticides, they can fight against the pest, the targeted pest, and in parallel bring the negative impact on other macro and microorganisms. So did you do inventory on biodiversity before applying and after applying that pesticide? Thank you so much.
As I can understand your question, I think it's about to know if there is other environmental problem of our product. As I can say, we didn't examine the environmental impact for the product, but as you can know, this is natural. It's a natural source. It can't have, but we still maybe can be a good topic for our future study to know its environmental impact. But its efficacy, as I said, as I answered before, was a bit higher than what we observed to detan, which is synthetic pesticide, and usually used by our local population.
Yes, thank you very much, Andre. Let's thank him once again. So our next presenter is Dr. Kizito Murikeyezu. He's from the University of Rwanda. And Kizito is going to present on the following topic. Please, for the presentation for Kizito. Yes. Rationale for an intelligent medical device for rapid intrapartum cardiography interpretation during childbirth in resource-limited hospitals. Please let us welcome Dr. Kizito Murikeyezu.
Thank you. So as he said, my name is Kizito. I will be presenting about a novel intelligent medical device that we developed. It's a device that we developed to be used for during childbirth, and it has been approved for clinical trial by the Rwanda FDA, and it's been tested at Rwanda DC for 6 months, and I will be discussing in this presentation. I don't know what. Okay. So in this presentation, I will be basically discussing why we designed that device. We'll discuss the challenges we wanted to address. I will briefly talk about the result, briefly because we are not technically allowed to talk about it because by the regulations of FDA. And then I will provide you some conclusion and the benefits for our devices. So, what is the problem you are trying to solve? In hospitals, especially mothers who are here know, when you are in a hospital giving birth, there is this device they put on the belly of the mother. That device is called the CTG. And its objective is to measure the heartbeats of the baby. And depending on the structure and the pattern of the heartbeats, the doctors can decide, can make clinical decisions. One of the decisions they can, for example, say this person needs to go through a C-section, or they need to do a certain intervention. But as you can see here, this graph that you see here, its interpretation is a bit complicated. One, it's complicated, but also it requires a certain range of training to actually be able to make sense of it. It requires time, it requires a bit of carefulness to do it. And most importantly, and this is not so important, but rather something that happens, it can be subjective. So basically, two medical doctors can have a different conclusion based on looking at the device, at the trace. So, and finally, as you would guess, its interpretation depends on human factors, like if you are distracted, if you are stressed, if you are tired, and these are things you would expect it to happen in poor resource countries, in the poor resource hospitals, especially given the limited number of medical doctors that we usually have at our hospitals. So if this happens, and it sometimes happens, actually it happens a lot, you may end up with a missed intervention, you may end up with an unnecessary C-section, which are costly but also too risky for the mother, and they may lead to fatal outcomes. For example, in the UK, they say that at least 66% of stillbirths and neonatal deaths are due to poor CTG interpretation. So, given this challenge, there already exists lots of solutions to do this. In developed countries, people have already tried to create an automated solution to this. Basically, they wrote programs, software, to actually do the interpretation automatically. There have been several attempts. One, and the most important one, was done in Ireland. It's called the Infant Project. But also there is another one, and possibly the oldest one, which was conducted in Portugal. So while this solution do work, they present a few challenges. One, Basically, one of the conclusions they all share is they work as expected, but they do not lead to improved outcome for both the mother and the child. But also, the solutions have been designed for wealthy nation and in wealthy hospitals, which means it's not the kind of solutions that would be easily imported in our settings. And they use another limitation. They use some algorithms that usually tend to use a threshold-based algorithms that try to mimic how a human would interpret the CTG. Unfortunately, actually not necessarily unfortunately, but recent research shows that if you are to use advanced machine learning technique, you can get better results. One, because you can learn things like, the interaction between the parasympathetic and the sympathetic system of the brain. And another thing is they usually don't give a recommendation. So our solution to this problem is we looked at the situation in Rwanda. We wanted to create something that is super cheap because we want something that we can sell here in Rwanda, very cheap. That is something can do the interpretation automatically. And because we want something that can be used in our settings, we need something that can be integrated in our systems without actually making any changes. So it's a small device, you plug it into an existing CTG and it does its magic. And it's affordable. Basically, you can manufacture it for less than $100. It is very easy to use. Basically, because again, it depends on the system that medical doctors here are very familiar with. Basically, people don't even need to do any training to use. And it's very convenient. As you can see on this screen, for example, one medical doctor can monitor several people at the same time, which basically means that in situations like in Rwanda where you have a hospital with just one medical doctor, at least those who are specialists, he can be able to see the whole thing automatically and be able to do the recommendation even when he's sitting in his office. Even me here, I can even open my phone and just look at the system. I was actually showing it to people over there on my computer. And we conducted a clinical trial that lasted for almost 6 months at La Croix de Sud. And the system, I would say it works very well, as verified by several medical doctors who actually came to check how it works. So technically, again, I'm not going to go through the details. There are things that I'm not very well, I'm not allowed to share in terms of especially the techniques that we used to implement this, because we wanted to commercialize this, and until we obtain our patents, we're not going to be discussing this. But the way this thing works, you have a CTG machine. I don't know, does this thing have, yes. So this is the device usually, if you go to a hospital, they usually use. So it's made by a different company. What we do, we made a very tiny, I mean, here it looks like it's big, but usually it's the size of this cell phone. That you just put there, you just connect it somehow on this CTG, and it reads the output of this CTG. It does, it's a computation and using machine learning and advanced signal processing techniques. And then it displays the outcome to the medical doctor. So then he can basically know what is happening. This allows, for example, so again, this is like the screenshot. You can see, for example, this is a normal CTG, but if there is a problem, for example, there is a very low variability, whatever, it will, show where the variability happened. But also, the medical doctor can come here and go back and look at the interpretation that the device has made all the way. So, and also it is remote. As I said, I can even access it from my cell phone down here. And another thing is you can see in the future, in the past, what happened. So basically this would allow, for example, for accountability, for seeing what happened and be able basically to make a sense of why some intervention was done. So the novelty of this study, again, my time is going. One is we are trying to do something that is a bit different. Traditional mechanism tended to look at the morphology, basically the look of the CTG. What we are introducing, not only we are looking at the morphology, but also we are trying to look at the physiological viewpoint, basically the interaction between the parasympathetic and the sympathetic activity of the brain of the baby. And we designed this for the purpose of resource-constrained hospital. And the objective was to see if we design this, can we bring it in at a hospital where there is basically no doctors and nurses can actually make sense of the CTG themselves. Finally, it is very pragmatic. You don't need to buy a new device other than the small device you integrated to it. It's very cheap. And you usually don't need any extra training because basically, as far as the medical doctor is concerned, he doesn't even see there is any change. He just sees that the device is showing him exactly what he is used to, but in a better, easy to see thing, easy to see way, but also it gives him the interpretation he's actually usually supposed to do manually. And the relevance for our healthcare sector, as you will know, as most of you are aware, the government of Rwanda was one of the few countries that did very well in the Millennium Goals. And it has set its goal for improving the SDGs by reducing mortality by 75% and 24% by 2035. But as you know, this will be very expensive because, again, it requires medical doctors are very expensive. Our population is supposed to double by 2035 and double by 2050. And we have a very limited number of medical doctors. So that means that unless there is a miracle, there is basically no way our medical doctors will be able to keep up with the population growth. By having a mechanism like this, it will be possible to actually achieve the objective of the government, given our limited resources. And as I said, it's very cheap. Not cheap as cheap. It still costs a lot of money, but not as expensive as hiring a new medical doctor. It's pluggable to an existing system, and it has been developed for the context of Rwanda. And I don't know what's happening. I don't know. It's not moving. And the expectation is that it will provide better maternal care, reduce the number of mortality, reduce also the health disparity between hospitals in the cities and those in rural area. And surprisingly, will help in increasing the skill and the training. This is because when we were training this, nurses always told us that they are learning from the feedback they get from the device. It became so good to a point where actually medical doctors started to started to rely on it, and which can be a bit problematic because sometimes it can have some mistakes. But it's a good thing, and we tried this also in Kenya, and we got the same response. Again, in Kenya, we actually just did the demo for like 2 times, but people were very supportive of the initiative. So as a conclusion, we developed a new medicine, a new medical device that is supported by artificial intelligence. It's very low cost. It is designed for low resource hospital, and the clinical trial, although I cannot discuss so much of it, as far as we could tell, it went very well. And we are looking for extending the clinical trial to more resource-constrained hospitals, because the one we tested it at the Croix du Sud, the hospital is actually very good. So our objective will not be met until actually we go to a real rural area hospital. And that's it. I would like to make a few acknowledgements. One, this was developed in collaboration with a company called Spiker. It's funded by Japanese people, but it's located in Rwanda. And the project was supported by the Japanese government. And we completed this with lots of people. Some actually are not even here, but come from 5 countries. They are from Rwanda. There is another guy who is missing from CHUK. There are people from Kenya, from India, from China, and from Japan as well. And it has been sponsored by several people. And a few mentioned is Rakwadi because they helped us to actually do the clinical trial. They were very, very supportive for our initiative. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kizito, for the good presentation and also for respecting the time allocated to you. So I just have one quick question. Has the patent been granted or just you are still in the process of application?
So in our, I don't think we are planning to do, we are debating this. The reason is in computer science, once you make something obvious on the internet, people will be able to replicate it. And you can't tell if somebody is actually using your patent. And also, what we wanted to do is more like a trade secret of a sort. So we are again still debating if we're going to go with the patent route or not.
So you have not even filed an application for that?
No.
Okay.
No. We're not sure if it's the right way to do it.
You are still thinking about
the
proper way of dealing with your invention.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah? So anyone else with a question for Kizito? I need at least one question. Yes? Yes?
Thank you. My name is Felicite Mkamana from Sashwi Bay. You said you have to incorporate the device to an existing CTG. Is it true, or you can use it alone?
It cannot be used alone. What we meant was we wanted to use the existing system to be able to make it easier for medical doctors to make the interpretation. So the reason why we don't want it to be standalone, one, is because hospitals have already invested in their own equipment, so they will never throw them away just to buy our equipment. What they would want is just a tiny, small device that costs very little money, that comes and plug it into an existing CTG, and it will help the interpretation. That way it will be super cheap, because a regular CTG will cost you close to $4,000 US, but this will just cost $100. So if you have a CTG, you just buy another $100, and it will do the interpretation for you.
Okay, it's an issue for remote areas because they still don't have CTGs, so they will have to buy a CTG to be able to buy your device. So it is always expensive in our case.
Yes, true. Yes, true. But then again, the reason why we did this wasn't so much to replace existing CTG, because that is a standardized model of fetal monitoring. What we wanted, the solution we were trying to solve, is given that some hospitals, actually several hospitals, have CTGs, but they don't have enough medical doctors to actually conduct proper CTG monitoring. What can we do to solve such a problem? So the easiest solution is not to get rid of CTG, because again, that will be rewriting the entire maternal care, which is beyond our scope. What we wanted to do, how can we make it easier for medical doctors to make a quick CTG interpretation given the existing system and resources?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So for the sake of time, I think we are going to end the presentation by Kizito here by thanking him once again. So now we are going to move to another segment of presentations. So we finished the 3 presentations within life and health sciences. We are going to have the next presentation in the digital services sector. Yeah. So I'm assuming you want to stand up maybe for a few seconds? Everyone, please. Let's stand up for a few seconds, but don't move from the table. Those who want to maybe stretch out for a few seconds, let's do it and then continue our session. So while we are doing that, I'm inviting Mr. Emmanuel Nirenganya, who is from Rwanda Polytechnic, IPRC Huye, to step forward for the next presentation with the following title: LPG cylinder management and gas detection system based on IoT. Please join me to welcome Mr. Emmanuel.
Thank you. My name is Nirenga Emmanuel. As the moderator said, first of all, let me say good afternoon to everyone. So then the topic is LPG cylinder management and the gas leakage detection system based on IoT. So that is the outline of this presentation. It is composed with 10 tips, but progressively we are used one by one. I can't read this outline. So then the project background, the development of home automation has become mandatory in homes as people are moving toward the smart home concept. So this is where the Internet of Things come into picture. Normally, you know that we have encouragement for moving from the substance of using charcoal in cooking, where we move to use gas. For the gas, it is saving time, relevant, even it is smarter than using charcoal. That's why in 2014, the LPG usage in Rwanda, it is about 1%, about the report from Lula. So in 2018, they increased to 5%, according to Mifotla. But the set of change of the government expects the annual LPG demand to increase by a factor of 24 between 2018 and 2024. We are about to achieve 24 because now we are in October of 23. So then LPG is often most applied in cooking purpose, you know, in restaurants, at our home, even the hotel. Then the guest is the well applied in cooking. As it is flammable, can cause the gas leakage. You know, some cases it may happen during the cooking by using gas. So for that leakage can cause the fire explosion. Those lead to the suffocation of users, or many users they can lose life. So keep monitoring, detecting how the gas usage is very important when it is well managed. So then the relevance and the novelty of this study, currently the efficient environmental friendly cooking method is using LPG. As I said, they save time. It is about combating the climate change because it is not the same like charcoal. This cooking method can be subjected to different challenges. So then LPG is high flammable, can inflict damage to users' life, even their property, because they can burn life, they can damage the house if the lease not well managed and controlled. That's why management and control is put in place. So then there was a publication from Lula. They said certain protocol can use manually in case if there is any gas leakage. So when you consider that publication, you can see what it's supposed to do in case when there is a leakage. So this is an experimental study which is coming in place use technology, how to detect and disconnect the valve automatically in case there is any gas leakage and notify the user. So then, apart from notifications via email or SMS, then you have another advantage on the part of this project. They are help to keep monitoring the level of the gas in cylinder. You know, most of cylinder gases are opaque, even though now we have some transparent, but most of them are opaque. If it is opaque, you can't see what is the level of the gas inside. There is a way of put on the balance, then to know really if the gas is consuming by monitoring the level of the gas. So it is also, this experiment project has two fans. There is cooling fan and exhausting fan. There's a fan serve in case if there is a dry in the room, they can set a little bit and immediate to regulate the temperature inside. If there is also too much gas, then the exhaust fan, they can pull out that gas to the outside. Because, you know, for the some manual way, even the device to open the windows and the door, that exhaust fan can serve it to keep the temperature in the room of the kitchen as normal or ambient. So then they have to provide the clear localization of the nearest gas dealer and technician. You know, always there is a gas dealer and technician in case you need accessories or to refill with your bottle. So you can access on the platform, you access the nearest gas dealer or technician for in case of support. So also it is they help the householder to manage and analyze by how much gas I have used, what the quantity of gas remain in the bottle or the the gas cylinder. Then they help you to make analysis weekly, monthly, and annual via a chart. So then also they allow then the user as technician, householder, gas dealer to access the real data of the gas in cylinder. Another interesting way they can help you to order online LPG cylinder. So then what is the objective of this experimental study? The aims, it is about to protect the life of householder, of LPG users in daily cooking activity. Also, it is there to mitigate or to minimize the risk happen in the kitchen because some people, they can burn, even the society can, the property can damage. Also to keep tracking the gas level in cylinder. So in case any gas leakage happen, then can disconnect the lamp in the kitchen, and also the valve will be disclosed automatically. Then another way of the objective, it will be allowing you to order online an LPG cylinder. So then what is the method we have applied to achieve this experimental research? We passed through documentation, even discussed with different colleagues. As you have seen above, we consult some publication from Fotala and Lula. Then also we have selected some relevant software to use and some tools which are necessary. We build a system and we make an wiring of an experimental circuit. Then next, we program for making an intelligent firmware to communicate between hardware and software. Next, then they can allow user to compute the real-time gas usage. Then they can allow to see the temperature and the immediate happen in the kitchen. And also the data should be set to the local cloud for accessing the data and the analysis. So this is the conceptual diagram of the circuit we have signed. So we have here as a microcontroller circuit, which is as the heart of this system. It is the Arduino Mega 2560. So we have a set of input sensor here. Those input sensor, there is a load cell for measuring the weight. There is the MQ5 for the gas detection. This is DHT11 is for temperature and humidity, and the GPS for allowing the localization the gas dealer. This push button is in the case of an emergence of turning off and on for the system. Here we have a set of output. This is the local display of LCD where I can evaluate and see the all parameter. This is a GSM. It is a protocol which allows this hardware to communicate with this internet. For this one, you can view the website on this side. So here we have a set of actuator where they are controlled by relay, where electro valve for connect and disconnect is right in the house, exhaust fan and cooling fan. That's why this system is composed mainly with two parts. This is the hardware part and the part of software on the web. So then this is a tried and implemented system. Here this is an LPG cylinder which is placed on the load cell. This is a system, the valve weight is here. This cable should be connected here. Then the way the follow-off sensor will be detected through this electric valve. In case they have to disconnect the communication of this cylinder to the burner cooker. So then those are all indication of the hardware device you have used as explained above. So here, those are the results. When you access on the website for this dashboard, you see you can access the kitchen temperature, they display it. Also, you can see any alarming or warning about the gas leakage that is happening. This should be indicated. Here, it is the nearest gas dealer. You see, in this case, you have an oil too. Then also there is a technician that is indicated by spanner in the case of support. This is a cylinder which is on 14% for filling. You see it is closer to the empty. This is a simple analytics. Then this y-axis for kilogram, then x-axis is about the month. Here it is a simple analytics on the dashboard. Here their usage is 50%. When you try to accumulate for the weekly, it is 71%. Then the next about the result and discussion, you see this is a clear analytics. They help you to see the annual usage for the gas. So this is from January up to December. You see the huge amount of gas usage. It is on the month of March, where it is approximately 4 kilograms as maximum. But at the month, you see there is no consumption. As it is an experiment, you can try for a bit, not for the whole month of the year. So here it is indicated the year, the month of the year from January up to December. So then next year, it is the dashboard which allow you to get a report for the gas dealer. You can make a request online. Then here there is no pending requests. Then you can access any report for how many requests happen. And here those are the total accepted. In this case, the dashboard, we have take a screenshot when there is one request accepted. Those are the tools if you want to order online. That is cylinder, that is accessories, and those are the banners with 3 banners. So here it is the way if you want to order online, they come to refill your LPG cylinder. Then see here it is for viewing the localization of the nearest technician and gas dealer. So what is the impact to the society of this system? This system helps the user of LPG in cooking to reduce the accident happen in the kitchen. Mostly it is happening to different householders. I hope everyone in this room, you got some kind of bad news about the using the LPG. This come in place to increase the awareness and using technology in the kitchen to reduce the number of accidents happen during cooking. So then another LPG cylinder management will help householder to save money because about the cost of it is not the same like the charcoal when you compare to the consumption and kind of foods you are preparing at home or different level of restaurant. Avoid the property damage and lead to the national development. Of course, if you keep the life safe of your citizenship, then if you keep the property of your citizenship, the development will be grow easily. So then the conclusion all about the system was successful, as you have seen some results discussed above, and also they allow us to keep monitoring the parameter like temperature, gas level in cylinder, the weight of the cylinder uses, making a clear localization of gas dealer and the professional technicians. This system also helps to keep tracking all LPG environment and alert a user via SMS or an email. Even the data can be viewed on application. So this is some reference, not all, but you highlight some few. Then here, those are acknowledgements. So we acknowledge the Rwanda Polytechnic for supporting this, the teaching staff. We acknowledge for the NCST for unimaginable opportunity for presenting our findings. Then the management of IPRC Huye. Then also the member of Research and Innovation Committee, even especially Tofil and Enoch. So then this is the end of our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, Manuel, for a good presentation and also for respecting the time. So you used exactly 14 minutes. So do we have some questions for Emmanuel? I think this is now easy for everyone to understand.
Thank you, Emmanuel. So you said there is you said like when there is a leakage, the lamp is switched off. I would like to know what is the science behind this one. Why, when there is a leakage? I was expecting maybe when there's a leakage, the lamp should be on to make sure you're trying to solve the issue. Maybe you can explain. Number two, you said there is an auto-blocking system of LPG when there is a leakage. So I was wondering, what if the LPG said you cannot dislocate our setup? And did you think about that one? And finally, you mentioned something about location. So how does location match with the problem you're solving? Because I'm pretty sure it's easier to locate where there is gas producers and dealers. I don't see that if location really was that much important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I remember very well, you were Lukund. I hope so. Okay, good. Thank you for your question. The first one, you said that why we want to disconnect the lamp. You know, always when there is a lamp in the room, the capacity of being heat is increased a bit. So, you know, if there is too much lamp in the room become dry. Makes sense? So in this case, if they become dry, they can make easy way of gas to propagate in the room if there is no much a bit humidity in the room. That's why disconnecting the lamp is necessary a bit. So then another one, you say that's why we think about localization as we are managing LPG cylinder. So then the localization, this one, if you are using gas at home, but you need to buy. So if you want to buy, you can send some agent to brought from the shopkeeper to your home. But sometimes, if you are not aware exactly where the gas dealer is, you can spend much time by asking many people. But if there is a way of platform to access it easily, to know where exactly the nearest gas dealer, you save your time. You cannot lose the time for looking somebody else because you know exactly where the gas dealer is. In case the one you have at home is exhausted or you want to buy the new one. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Emmanuel. I hope we will continue maybe to interact with the press on that technical aspect of the system. So do we have another question? Last question? So I can have the last question. So is the system ready and complete so that people can access it? And how can people access it? Is it commercial?
So
can someone come and buy it, install on his LPG at home?
Okay, thank you. That is a good question. Even we think how we can transfer knowledge to the entrepreneurial activity. So I hope up to our stage, not yet be commercialized. So we think about the way you can improve it a bit and how it can be advertised for the commercial access. Okay. That's why maybe some of from this audience, you can get an advice one-to-one how to can transfer to the entrepreneurial activity.
Yes, well noted. Let us thank Emmanuel once more. So I hope you are staying with me. We have two last presentations in the field of environment. The first one is by Dr. Ejide Karisa, which is going to be online. So are we having Dr. Ejide ready online? Technical team. If not, we can start with the other one. Please confirm if you are ready. Okay. So I can see we have a Ejide. Dr. Ejide Karisa can hear us. No? So if this is not ready, I'm proposing that we start with the other one, which is pre-recorded. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you. So I was not unmuted.
Yeah, can you
hear me?
Share your presentation so that we can see it working.
Yes. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
But not the present. Share the presentation. Can you see the screen, but something else?
Okay. 1 sec.
Please share the PPT. Can you see maybe an email, your inbox, something?
Okay, so the PPT is here. Can you see it? Okay, let me stop sharing and then start again. So
please open your PPT and then share that one. Yes, can you go to full screen?
Here is in the full screen.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ejide Karisa is from the University of Rwanda, but as I understand, currently he's in Canada for research purposes, and he's going to present on the following title. It's time for electric school buses in Rwanda. So Dr. Ejide, you have around 12 to 15 minutes for presentation, and then we can interact with another five minutes. Please welcome. Let's welcome him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent. So I wish I could be there in person, but thank you for this opportunity. So today I'm talking about the time for electrical school buses in Rwanda. I'm pretty sure everyone in the room has a kid either attending school in Kigali, and then it will be important to see how your kids are really exposed to air pollution and what can be done. So in my presentation, we'll be looking, can we make Kigali City kinder to the environment? Can we make Kigali City kinder for the humans? What can we do to help? So today, air pollution remains the largest cause of premature human mortality, and this is a concern in Africa. You can see in that map where there is a red is where air pollution is high, and there's also a lack of the data. So Africa not only don't have the data to monitor air pollution as well, but it's the continent mostly affected by air pollution. Speaking to the Rwanda perspective, Rwanda now is characterized by the rapid urbanization and the rapid population growth, and this is likely actually to increase as well air pollution. Previous research, my research found that the transport actually is main source of this air pollution and greenhouse gases. So now, why do we care about the diesel buses? If you look, most 100% of the school transporting kids in Rwanda, they are diesel buses. And we know that diesel exhaust emissions are human carcinogen. They cause the cancer to the human. Transport-related air pollutant, they can be associated with cognitive development disorder in school-age children. These include slower response time, anxiety, as well as can cause depression. It can cause respiratory inflammation, reduce lung capacity, and very recently found that air pollution can affect school children academic performance. So in this presentation, we are going to see how children in Kigali, they are exposed to air pollution at school or in a classroom, around school where they play, as well as in a transit when they go to school from home. After all, we are going to see what will be the impact of replacing these diesel school buses with electrical buses in Kigali. What will be the policy implication? And finally, we are going to see how air pollution education can influence children's behavior and reduce their risk to air pollution. So we conduct different monitoring and modeling air pollution, where we monitor air pollution in a classroom as well as in outdoor school play areas. We work with the Rwanda National Police to test the emission of these buses on the road, as well as we went to Rwanda policy emission testing to record all the vehicle fare or passing this emission, as well as we visited all the bus companies to record information or the type or model of these buses, as well as what are the mileage. And then we use all of this information to see what will be the importance of repressing the diesel emission, as well as we have our person walking around Kigali Street, try to see if the person walking on Kigali Street, how is it exposed to air pollution compared to that one taking motorbike, taking bus or bike. So in this presentation, we will see how people are really exposed. This figure, which is clear, the red shows the air pollution outdoor of a school. The blue one is in a classroom. So if you look, they have quite a peak of outdoor air pollution early morning during the drop-off. So when the parents are dropping the children early morning in the classroom, there's quite a peak of air pollution in front of the classroom. After 2 hours, actually, because most of the classroom have this poorly ventilated air, pollution in the outside can easily enter the classroom. And this is also in afternoon pickup when the parents, they came to pick the children, they spend a lot of times at the school idling their vehicles, and it is all known that a car which is not in a movement actually pollutes more than a car in a movement. So the parents spend a lot of time idling their engines at the school, waiting their child to come. So, and this is cause significant amount of air pollution. Let's say if you look at the concentration of this toxic pollutant in a classroom, which are around 80 microgram per cubic meter. Let's put in a Canadian context. In most of the pollution we measured here in most of the highway, the concentration is 1. So you can see how the children in a classroom, they are exposed more than 8 times than someone sitting on the highway. So we can say if, I don't know what you take, if you take a bus or motor, or you walk, or you bike. So how are you exposed to air pollution? We did this research, monitoring air pollution in different modes of transport. And then we found that actually the lowest total air pollution exposure was found to those traveling by bus, which emphasized that if we have a well-functioning school buses transport system, can reduce congestion, energy expenditure, as well as the greenhouse gases emission and air pollution. Those are actually walking and taking a motorbike were demonstrably higher exposed to air pollution compared to those taking buses, which we encourage if we have these urban transport, the green buses. What would be the impact? It would save around 12 kiloton carbon dioxide, which is these buses, these 422 diesel buses, will be equivalent as removing more than 6,000 diesel cars from Kigali. So if you replace these buses, will be equivalent than removing more than 6,000 diesel cars from Kigali street. And then we found, I can see in these figures, the electrical buses actually emit 3 fewer or less emissions, 3 times less emissions than the diesel buses in 2023. And then removing these buses will also lead to substantial benefit, which will be improving air quality and save around 200 million USD. Basically, 10% effort in reducing air pollution will save actually around 200 million USD every year. Well, I work with the children, not only monitoring air pollution at the school, but I working with the children to see if they can be agent of change. They can be part of the solution. What I do, I give the sensor to the kids. They monitor air pollution at the school as well as at home. They analyze data themselves, and then they share funding with their parents. So, and actually planning to publish a paper with the kids less than 80 years in Kigali. So basically, this kid, after this workshop, they really provide a clear understanding. Some kids pledge to walk to school because even some kids living actually close to the school, they have been always getting transported to school where it is actually a walkable distance. So after this training, the kids really understand how they're exposed to air pollution and then start working, start to be part of the solution. We launched the campaign with the kids, telling their parents, hey, you have to stop your engine while you're dropping me to school because you are contributing to the pollution. And it's really exciting to see some of the kids telling, oh, you dad, idle less than my dad. So they quite really understanding. So overall, we found that dedication can really produce citizens who are literate to environment science and policy. So Bogota is well known for bus rapid transit. Tokyo and Toronto here in Canada, they are well known for subway. Amsterdam and Copenhagen for cycling. Kigali City also could be the African city well known for effective e-motorbike as well as electrical buses. And simple policy taken can have an improvement. My previous research on a car-free day, we found that the car-free day is not only for mass exercise, but can also reduce air pollution up to 30%. So which is a very easy policy for reducing air pollution. I can see every day it becoming popular and popular every day. So in conclusion, we found that our study provides a clear evidence how these school children are really exposed to air pollution, which require an immediate attention. We demonstrated that children actually inhale more pollution from idling cars from their parents during the drop-off and the pickup time at the school. And then we emphasize that a well-functioning school bus will not only reduce congestion, but will save energy and then reduce air pollution gases as well as the greenhouse gases emission. And annual reduction of air pollution will save several million of dollars. For example, every $1 spent on air pollution control could yield around $30 in economic benefit, which we call an investment in this green project or green transport. We found that replacing these more than 400 diesel buses in the next 5 years will save a lot of 12 kilotons of carbon dioxide, which will be also equivalent as removing 6,000 diesel buses from diesel car from Kigali Street. We recommend the Ministry of Education actually to establish policy where the schools should be located, because most of the schools in Kigali are located close to the busy street where the kids are exposed to pollution in the classroom, outdoor classroom, as well as in the transit to these locations. So, what are the recipes now for healthier Kigali City? Here are some listed. We need more green spaces, because if you look, there's still lack of the green spaces around the school as well. We need to connect those green spaces. We need sustainable urban transport. We need to engage the public, then politicians to work together, especially this is a serious concern, especially for our future generation kids. And then we need the research and the collaboration in multidisciplinary area. We need money. Thank you for NSST for starting raising the fund for funding the researches for local people like me. So if we follow this recipe for healthier Kigali City, we will make city kinder to the environment. We will make Kigali City healthier for us. We can make the difference. So this research could be possible without a grant from NSST, as well as the collaboration with different institutions, which are posted in this slide. So thank you so much. This is the end of my presentation, and I welcome if you have any question for me.
Still hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. So I'm requesting the audience if they have some questions for me. So at least 2 questions for Egid.
Thanks, Dr. Egid, for a nice presentation. My question is, did you seek to assess also the acceptability of those electric cars, considering that electricity cost is still high for the general population? And if you raise the consumption of electricity to the bus, and which will be another cost to the country capacity to generate electricity, and to make it even harder for others who are still paying a high cost for that. I don't know if my question you understood it. Thanks.
Oh yes, so speaking to that, last year we worked with these motor taxi drivers, because we have hundreds of them driving actually electrical motorbike. But if you talk to them, it's actually they save more money than they have been spending on a fuel motorbike, because they have been going to garage every actually few hundred miles driven to change the fuel and the cost of the fuel. But if you look when they start using this electrical motorbike, they are already saving some amount of money, and you have done that research. And then talking to them, we did a perception study. We found actually those people driving electrical motorbike is actually have a lot of benefit, because people even with disability can still drive a motorbike because it doesn't require a lot of acceleration or something, and there's also noiseless compared to the others. And then speaking to that, also community exposed to the noise. And of course, this is still in piloting, and they're still we need a lot of infrastructure, which is still going on, and which I believe actually, because either this e-motor or e-bus, they emit zero emissions, and then we'll be having significantly benefit. You talked about electricity, because the problem is where actually our electricity comes from. We're still lucky, like in Rwanda as well as other African, because our source of electricity, which is hydropower, compared maybe to other countries that also do other biomass burning, that can maybe contribute to pollution. I can say we are still in piloting stage, but so far there's still a promising that these, as far as people investing in this immobility, could be cheaper. And I think the government also have put a lot of incentives, and you might know some. I think if now you can buy any electrical bike, they will not charge any tax. I think for the year to year, there will be some of the people affording this, and they will be able to be, let's say, having Kigali full 100% e-buses and e-motorbike.
In the medical fields, we are seeing this as well. We can relate the level of pollution to what we are seeing currently. The global burden of diseases is showing, overall that we are shifting from infectious diseases to non-communicable diseases. And a huge percentage of these are in cancers. And we know that, the African continent in general, we have the high rate of use of old second-hand cars, which are not equipped with the latest technologies in using, the reduction emission technologies. So what can be done in terms of policy change, because the findings that you are seeing from your study is very critical, and the change should happen now in order to protect the future generations. And in what you're proposing, replacing fossil energy based buses with electric is one solution, but there's already solutions that we can put in place immediately. Installing air purifiers in the classrooms, increasing aeration. So these are already small steps that we can put in place in terms of increasing awareness, not only at the school levels, but also in national stakeholders, in which policy change can happen very fast. Also, the findings that you are seeing, warrant probably future research in which you can do, for instance, a comparative study from rural to urban areas. For example, you can compare Kigali to the most remote, from school data located in the most remote district in the country, and see what are the levels. Since we know that in rural areas we have less exposure to these pollutants, as well as correlating to how frequently we are seeing these upper respiratory tract illnesses in kids. So there's potential for collaboration with the medical field in how we can look at the data further. These were two quick comments.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a few seconds. So do you want to comment? Because most of them were comments and the recommendations, but you are welcome if you want to add maybe some feedback. Ejid?
Oh, yes. I think thanks. That was the comment, and I can say it's really, really important for health perspective. We are also not only monitoring in Kigali, but we are also having ongoing research in the rural area where the kids are exposed to household emissions in their home. So where we are following them for 4 years, trying to look how the lung function or blood pressure change. So we have also ongoing research going in the rural area, following those kids also attending the school, because we can find in the rural area they are not exposed to these emissions, but also they are exposed to some of the biomass burning. Yes, it's good. We look forward to see also people in medical health to see the collaboration, because this is we also have an improvement of reducing non-communicable diseases we are recording right now.
Round of applause. Round of applause. Round of applause. Yes. Yes. So, Ejid, thank you very much. Please stay with us online as we go to the last presentation. So, our last presentation is from Mr. Eugene Mudahimuka. So, is Eugene online, live, or he wants to be? You want to put up a pre-record, or is he also live? He's online. So Eugene, can you? Eugene, can you hear us? Are you online? So if he is not live, then I think we have no choice but to put up his pre-recorded presentation. So do you have the presentation named Eugene Mudahimuka? Yes. So you want to go live. Eugene, can you hear us?
Hello everyone. So I was muted. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but can you hear us back?
Hello?
So can you unmute yourself, Eugene?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. So can you hear us? Yes? So whose the screen is that? Is his screen? But I can see it. So who is muted on that screen? Okay. Because we can hear him, so there's no way he's muted. Yeah? It is our side. I think so. Yes, Eugene, can you hear us? Eugene, can you hear us? So I'm just wondering who is muted, because I see on the screen someone has to unmute.
Hello?
So who is this?
Hello?
Yes, 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 yes.
Can you hear me?
Eugene, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. So can you hear? So can you hear? So can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear, but there is an echo, so it's somehow noisy.
Can you please, put your presentation in slideshow mode?
Hello, everyone. I'm Eugene Mudahemuka, and I'm a doctor student at University of Tsukuba in Japan. So today I'm going to present our abstract, which is about enhancing infrastructure resilience through hazard mitigation, which is a strategy informed by flood fragility curves. Here is the research abstract outline. This slide is talking about the impact of increasing climate variability, which is threatening our infrastructure. As you can see on the left side, it shows a road which is flooded by water and is closed to the transportation. And to the right, to the right is a road closed due to of a heavy rain, which occasionally the heavy rain results into flooding. This flooding is a problem, which is a very big problem to our infrastructure, especially the road pavement. Here, the slide shows how the flood frequency has increased since the 1999 to 2019. This report is from the United Nations. It shows that the occurrence of flood has increased by 57%, which is the largest increase of disaster in the recent years. Here the slide shows a flooded and destroyed building after the road has been flooded by rainwater. So the resilience of road pavement in the face of flood event will be studied in this study. And by studying that flood resilience of our pavement, the flood fragility curves will be used to understand this complexity of our road pavement fragility in the face of flood. So the relevance of this study to the society as a whole. So in reality, unlike the seismic fragility analysis for civil engineering or civil infrastructure, flood fragility analysis is not given much attention. Although even though the seismic activity and flood activity has almost the same impact to our society. So this research will bridge the gap by exploring the applicability of flood fragility curves to the pavement resilience in the face of flood event. And the methodology that we will use will include probabilistic flood hazard assessment and also the development of flood fragility curves to study the flood impact on the road pavement. Here is the aim and the objective of this research. This research aims to study the vulnerability of our road pavement when there is low flood event. And also it aims to use flood fragility curves to provide insight into the complexity of our road pavement resilience when there is flood events. The results which I'll expect from this research are summarized in this slide. So we expect that this research will provide the analysis of the vulnerability of pavement in terms of structure component of the road pavement, and also it will provide the analysis of fragility curve for road pavement structure, which will provide the insight into how the road pavement is damaged after road has been flooded by rainwater. Also, the identification of critical node of our road pavement, which are prone to flood impacts, will be also identified by this research. This research also will include the development of mitigation measure, which will address the pavement vulnerability against the flood events. The last will be the contribution to the development of comprehensive risk assessment model, which will help the this decision maker to make a better informed decision in the development of our road pavements. So this slide will discuss about the impact of this research results to our society. The impact of results from this society from this research to our society will be in different ways. So first, there will be a contribution to the reinforcement of our community resilience against the natural hazard, which in this case is flood event. And also, this research will provide an advocacy on the integration of the risk management for the community safety against the natural hazard, especially for flood event, which affect our transport and thus hinder our economic activities. To conclude, this research will emphasize on the proactive hazard-focused approach to the infrastructure development and their resilience by using the flood fragility curves, which will provide precise information to our infrastructure development strategies. And also this research result, we hope that it will provide a guidance for the future infrastructure planning and policy formulations. The next slides are going to show the references that we will use in this research. Thank you for your listening.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Can you please ask two questions for Eugene? Yes, we have one question over there.
I think to comment, this is a nice project and it needs collaboration with different institutions here in Rwanda. So we need first to think about the cause of flooding, and then we need to think about the ecosystem restoration. And we need also to collaborate with experts, environmentalists, and biologists to identify what can be done in order to address these flooding issues. In the center, we developed the Rwanda Spatial Biodiversity Assessment Report. We did it for the Ministry of Environment, and from that report, we can identify the ecosystem types that are found across the roads, and then we can identify the original ecosystem that was found in that region, and identify the plant species that can support, that can help fighting against the flooding. Then later we can go deeper to the research you are presenting. That's my comment. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Eugene, did you hear the comment? And do you have any feedback on the comment?
Yes, I heard his comment. Thank you very much for your contribution. Yeah, I think the research will address those issues. First, we will dive into the cause of flooding. Because normally there is, the occurrence of flooding in Rwanda is quite high. So we will look into that. Why do we have a higher occurrence frequency of flood event in Rwanda? So, and also we will collaborate with different institutions because it is of importance to the success of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have another question or comment for Eugene? Yes, let's thank him once more. Yes, thank you very much, Eugene.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a nice presentation, and keep up the good work, and wish you well there in Japan.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, here
Good
it's
night.
midnight.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah. So we are going to end our session here, but after we end this session, I want you to, in the back there is a number of posters. It's also very good research projects there. So I'm inviting you to, while we still have time around, to just visit the posters, interact with the researchers who are conducting those projects. So I think we are expected to close. So I'm thinking about how to maybe transition from this session to the next. So I think I'm going to take a deliberate decision to invite Dr. Esperance, who is our head of department for National Research and Innovation Fund, to come and thank you with some closing remarks of this session, and also give you an announcement and also maybe an invitation to an event that is going to take place in maybe in an hour from now, or minutes from now. So Esperance, please, vote of thanks to this audience and for their patience throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafet, for this opportunity. Actually, it is a vote of thanks for all participants who have been with us from morning up to 5. So it was a busy day, but it was really interesting. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for your contributions. We would like to thank the presenters of today. They did very well, actually. That's why we expect a good dinner in like in 1 hour. We are going to have a dinner where we are going to award the best researchers, innovators, and women. So we invite you for the dinner in 1 hour. It will start at 6 p.m. Don't miss this event also, which is to close what we have started in the morning. So in brief, thank you very much. We invite you for the posters behind, because we need also to visit them, to show them that they have really contributed to this event. Don't go without passing to each poster and what they are also doing in their fields. So have a nice evening. I hope to meet you all in the dinner. And I did this on behalf of the executive secretary, who is not around. He's with the council members. So on his behalf and on behalf of my colleagues at NCST, we thank you very much.
He informed us yesterday that he will not come.
Please, those who have posters, we have to see you on the poster so that we can see what you are doing. Please, approach your poster so that we can come to you.
Hardworking man.